Welcome to the regular open session of the Crescent City City Council for Monday, June 6th at 6 p.m. I apologize, we're about 12 minutes late starting, coming out of closed session. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Ania.
Here.
Councilmember Shalong.
Here.
Councilmember Westfall.
Here.
And Mayor Slurt.
And I'm here, thank you. And Councilmember Murray, Mayor Pro Tem, is out ill today, so we wish her well and a quick return to us. Mr. Nia, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a acknowledgement this evening, but before that, I wanted to mention a couple items. First of all, I'm happy to see a big group here this evening live with us, and I get the word that we're also live streaming, even though our monitors aren't working up here at the dais. And I understand that Channel 4 has the City Council meetings back on track. So that's available, I think, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday? I think it's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 2 o'clock. So I appreciate your attendance and your participation and your patience. I was going to mention that one of our outstanding citizens is lost somewhere in Wisconsin tonight. Actually not lost, but Rick Nolan, sometimes referred to as Ranger Rick, is riding his bicycle across America. And he's on leg 2, having left Miles City, Montana, I think around the 17th of May. He's now in Wisconsin, headed to the East Coast. So I just wanted to give him a salute for that endeavor that he's taken on and wish him well.
He's also on our Planning Commission.
That's right. He is on our Planning Commission. We have a fairly long agenda tonight and a lot of work to accomplish for the city. But I'm, with the council's permission, I'm going to propose to move public comment so that there's a good number of people here that may want to make a public comment. And it's scheduled now after item 9B on the agenda, and I'm going to propose to move it up just before item 8, the public hearing, if that's acceptable. Okay, so noted, we'll do that. So at this time, we have a special proclamation for the United States Army, and we have Staff Sergeant DeMuth and Sergeant Clemens. Would you like to join us, please? Are there any visitors this evening in the audience that are former soldiers or veterans of the Army? If so, would you like to stand, Connie?
There's more.
Whoever
I think any
is a veteran, or all veterans is
All
fine.
veterans.
Great, thank you. I'm going to read this proclamation. So the proclamation reads, supporting the designation of June 11th through 17th of 2011 as United States Army Week. Whereas the United States Army was established by the First Continental Congress on the 14th day of June 1775, and whereas the United States Army exists to defend the freedom of our citizens and our nation's security interests, and whereas many citizens of Crescent City, California have served their nation and given the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedoms as members of the United States Army, and whereas it is proper to recognize the United States Army annually on its birthday and to thank those who have served and those who are presently serving. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of Crescent City hereby proclaims the week of June 11th to the 17th, 2011 as United States Army Week in Crescent City, California, and exhort all citizens to join in this salute to express our gratitude to those who have served, those who are now serving to protect our nation and its freedoms, and the sacrifices of the families who support them. Signed by Charles Slurt, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'd just like to thank you all for this. We appreciate it very much. We appreciate all the support. It's very interesting being in a community like what we're in right now. We're noticing in a small community that everybody knows everybody. Everybody is interacting with each other in every asset of life, I guess you would say. So it is really neat to be a part of such a small, close-knit community, and we like helping out in any way. If there's anything ever needed of us, you know where our office is. You're more than welcome to call us up and ask for whatever we can. So thank you very much, and you all have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those were the days. I was in the Army about 100 years ago myself. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. We have 4 items, and they include the regular meeting minutes of May 16th, 2011, the City Council. Item number 5, approval of the warrant claims list for the period May 17th through June 6, 2011. Item 6, approval of biweekly payroll reports for the period ending May 21st, paid May 27th, 2011. And then item 7, receive and file the April 2011 General Ledger Operating Report.
Public comment.
Is there any public comment regarding the consent calendar? Mr. Miles.
I would like to make a suggestion that maybe in the future when the city does its warrants claims, that the warrants claims would be done in such of a way that if we use more than one vendor for a given project, that be spelled out on the warrants claim. I discovered Friday afternoon that I had some questions, and I want to thank Eric Weir for telling me that I can come and visit him tomorrow, because I'd like to know where about $1,500 was spent at our pool and why. And is it a problem of what is known when we have a contractor do something of errors and omissions? Because didn't we just have our pool recently remodeled?
Thank you, Mr. Miles. And thanks, Mr. Ware, for agreeing to meet with Mr. Miles to review those issues. I think you'll be very satisfied. Okay, is there any other public comment on consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Second.
Yeah, a motion and a second. Those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, the motion carries 4-0 unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor, I might suggest that we've overlooked the need to report out of closed session.
Thank you. You're exactly right. Mr. Black, is there anything to report out of closed
I
session?
can report that no actions were taken in closed session.
You're exactly right. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, We will have communications and public comment period. Any member of the audience is invited to address the City Council on any matter that is within the jurisdiction of the City of Crescent City. Comments of public interest or on matters appearing on the agenda are accepted. Note, however, that the council is not able to undertake extended discussion or act on non-agendized items. Such items can be referred to staff for appropriate action, which may include placement on a future agenda. Any comments that are made at the microphone are out of order and will not be part of the public record. Any comments that are not made at the microphone. And after receiving recognition from the mayor, please state your name, city or county residency for the record, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. We'll open up public comment. Ms. Morrison.
Yes, I left Talking Crow Studios about 2 hours ago after seeing Rika Blue, who was really sad, packing up her gear to move on. And I wanted to thank her, and I want you to realize that while talking with her, I found out that she had employed 2 people, one for 3.5 years, the other for 6 months. She also had 20 artists on consignment, and they all got a paycheck every week. She provided pottery classes for youth. She had a youth center, a family center, and she taught pottery and clay. Since we don't have it at the college or the high school or the elementary school, it was a venue for people who are into pottery to go, and I've been to some of her classes and they were excellent. She had a 90-year-old senior in there who had been at in a home and was depressed and failing physically and emotionally, and she's been out of the facility now taking classes, and she broke down crying because she says, what am I going to do when you have to close? That was Marjorie Chow. She's had physical therapy for children with emotional needs and mental problems. She facilitated that need that we have in our city, and she had 7 or 8 kids in that group. She had Girl Scouts that came in. She was a venue for birthday parties, and she also had a women's group. And this was all over $400 or $500 at a rent dispute that she just couldn't come up with. Artists don't make a lot of money for what they do. And I know that the city loaned the harbor money for a lot of things, for the fish factory and for the whatever. And I think it's really sad that we couldn't find some money for all the artists in this community that use that facility, and all the children and old people and physically disabled people. And I would like to thank Rika for all the work she did. And unfortunately, she's not going to be working in our school district anymore either. She's really disheartened. And that's what I have to say about that.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Mr. Miles.
Charles, tonight I'm going to make a lot of friends and influence a lot of enemies. I'd like to point out something, that the time that is given for public comment is meant for time for the general public to come and address my city on any issue that the citizens deem necessary or important. But a lot of times public comment or items on an agenda can be misused by the speaker. And I hope that won't happen tonight. And because we all read in the paper how one person attended the airport meeting and how that person got off the topic, and the rules of Robert's Rules of Order and certain common courtesies weren't held. So tonight, I'd like to point out something to you people and to the ordinance themselves. There is a public hearing tonight. That public hearing is only on one topic. It's not about doing away with bid. So the people that want to speak tonight on doing away with bid need to get up now and speak. Otherwise, if they get up and we talk about the assessments, they're completely out of order. And I believe it's your job when that time comes to point that out to them. So I'd like to suggest before the little red light comes on, let the show begin.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Is there other public comment? Tricia. Welcome.
My name is Patricia Slurd. I'm a resident here in Crescent City. I'm going to be a little selfish here and say my concern tonight is my family safety, my safety, and the public safety. You will be compromising all our safety if you let go a well-needed police officer. With summer coming, and especially outdoor events such as 4th of July, I don't believe we can afford to lose a police officer, especially at this time. What's going on internally within the city departments is not my concern. Safety is my concern, just as is also the fire department. These are two departments that work 24/7. If you think you're saving money by getting rid of one or two officers, I think you should do the math. I believe the overtime that will most likely be needed will be greater than having a full-time officer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes. Welcome.
Hi, how y'all doing? Catherine Kelly, Crescent City. I have a little statement to read.
Catherine, can you pull that toward, there you go, thanks.
I'm here this evening to make sure that the public record reflects that I have served by mail each of you and everyone within the chain of decision-making, reporting, and dissemination of information pertaining to water quality of Crescent City, an actual and constructive notice concerning your actions and unlawful conduct regarding the chemical we use for fluoridation, fluosilicic acid. For well over 2 years, I and other concerned citizens have tried to no avail to get those of you in charge of the well-being of our community to look at the evidence concerning the toxic nature of fluosilicic acid and the lack of anyone willing to be accountable for the grandiose claims made for its safety and effectiveness. Despite the overwhelming evidence that no one will be accountable for the actual product's impact, you instead relied on political rhetoric and unqualified endorsements. A core consideration of this notice is that up until 2010, the U.S. EPA couldn't identify even one toxicological study on the health effects of the continued use of fluosilicic acid, the very product for which some of you have given absolute support. This notice will instruct you as to the liability you bear, collectively and individually, the noncompliance, the unlawful activity, and the gross misrepresentation to the city's public water consumer and the general public for your failure to apply due diligence to such an important matter and for your omissions of immaterial facts. And before you tried out the old standard, it's up to the voters' claim. This is not about the public policy of fluoridation. This concerns accountability and compliance with all laws pertaining to the actual chemical used to fluoridate our water supply. While this notice will also enlighten you as to the facts concerning this hazardous waste chemical that have been lost in the flurry of campaign rhetoric, most importantly, it identifies actions and omissions of actions for which you have a personal as well as a collective duty to correct. This notice does not require that you change your mind about the public policy of fluoridation. but it does require that you act accordingly to law and not let your bias for the unsupportable interfere with your duty to this city's consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there other public comment? Yeah. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Diana Tomasini. I live in the county, not the city. I want to speak about BID. The majority of downtown merchants do not want to be members of BID. Some of the merchants who have not signed the petition against BID have stated that they fear repercussions when trying to do business with the city. It seems if we are against BID, we are the enemy, which I think is a sad state of affairs. Some members of the City Council have stated that we don't understand BID, or if we don't wish to pay the fee we have, something is wrong with our business financial stability. But never does anyone address the real issue of us not wanting to participate in BID. My family and I own 2 buildings and some businesses downtown. I have been personally trying to find renters for one of the buildings. Most of the people I've contacted do not want to move into the BID district. They would rather stay out of those parameters. I have looked at the BID budget and quite frankly can't see how any of it helps to encourage a business to invest in coming downtown and trying to make a business work. I wonder at the legality of the use of money for some of the projects such as Christmas and Halloween. Holiday events, I feel, should be community events. The Chamber of Commerce, local clubs, churches, schools, and the rest of the city and county should be involved in that. And I think it should be a year-long project that they all work on together. I do not feel it is BID's responsibility to plant our planters or to plant downtown. However, it should be the responsibility of the city to fix our sidewalks, the tree wells, and to weed their own properties. My wish is for you to consider our opinions, and if you choose to go forward with BID, we will continue to work to disband it. Thank you. Respectfully.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Sam?
Sam Rutledge, I live in the county. I remember a couple of weeks ago, Mayor Slurt was saying that I will vote for what I feel is best for the community. What about what we in the community feel is best for the community? I remember last August there was a resolution before the council to raise salaries for city employees. And I remember that a lady stood up and reminded you that these are rough times, that there's foreclosures, Social Security hasn't been getting its cost of living. She mentioned this is not the time to raise wages. The mayor said thank you and please pull the vote. The resolution passed, perhaps not unanimously, but passed. Now I read in the triplicate that perhaps passing the resolution wasn't the best for our community. Mr. Barrett's letter to the editor on May 28th stated very well how you are not listening to the community that is before you. We are here tonight to again ask you not to vote yes on the assessments. Will you listen this time? You are creating a long record of ignoring the public. You have repeatedly ignored the wishes of the BID membership. Please disband BID, or at least lower the assessments to a token amount so the rest of us will be willing to go ahead and stay with BID. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Leroy Davies. I live in the county, and for 20 years I have worked in the city. This evening, we pledged allegiance to the American flag, and here is another American flag. I understand that you're here this evening to assess the actual amounts in the BID district, and I also understand that you've had a survey by your own people, as well as members of the BID district over here that are involved, that have told you that roughly 3 out of 4 people do not wish to have the BID district. Notwithstanding your responsibility to do what your constituents believe is in their best interest. The board seems to have imposed their will in place of the representatives. I am asking you to set the bid district assessments at 0 for each category. And I swear on my grandmother's grave that if that does not happen, that I will fund any person who runs against the members of the board here, the city council. I will personally give them money to run against you. This is a representative government. It is the predicate upon which America was founded. This board has chose to ignore the majority, the people surveyed, as to whether they wish to have a board or not. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not downtown Russia. This is downtown Crescent City. It is your sworn responsibility to do what the people want you to do, not what you want to do, not what you think is in the best interest, but rather what the populace believes is in their best interest. You've had surveys and you have ignored them, and all I can say is shame on you. My father died for this country. I never knew him. I was merely a week old. And I'm sad that he died and that I should have to live under the reign of terror of the city council who refuses to do what the people ask them to do. The bid district is supposed to be about, well, we're going to improve the business climate. I don't have the ability to contract with people under the age of 18. So I don't care whether some 10-year-old comes downtown on a parade for July the 4th or Halloween. But I can certainly donate money if I want to see that that happens. But to have it forcibly taken against my will and then told that I'm not going to get a business license unless I pay it is the worst kind of tyranny there is. Do not make an actual assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Is there more public comment? Please.
My name is Paula Sturdivant, and I work at House of Beauty, and our business is on H Street. And Billy Kay, I've known you my entire life, and I love you, and this is not a personal thing. I have participated in the Christmas light parade myself. I never got paid for it. When the kids come to trick-or-treat at our business, the candy is not provided for us. It comes out of our pocket. With the economy the way it is, people are struggling to keep their businesses open, and adding more fees to our licenses it's killing us. I mean, how many people in here that are for bid get your hair done at a salon in the bid district? I mean, seriously, I have never ever seen any of you walk into any of, at least my shop, to get a pedicure, a manicure, or to get your hair done. That puts money in our pocket. You guys are just taking money out of our pocket. I mean, as a volunteer, I've rode in the 4th of July parade. I did not get paid for it. My kids have been on Grange floats in the 4th of July parade. We've never gotten paid for it. My husband has drove the fire trucks. My family delivered Santa Claus one year. We didn't get paid for it. We do it out of the kindness of our hearts and the love for our community. And we don't mind the little kids coming to trick-or-treat, but, you know, it's coming out of our pocket, and I don't see where bid says they're paying for it. I watched the owner of my salon go out and buy over hundreds of dollars worth of candy this year. Nobody reimbursed her for that. You know, I mean, it is not benefiting our business on H Street at all. But anyway, this is what is coming from the girls in my shop. It says, "We are here on the 6th day of the 6th month at 6 p.m., and the little devil bid is still alive and well. We are hardworking business people, have been through 2 surveys, both showing the majority does not want bid. Can it be 3 of our local council members have been misinformed of the survey results? Why would you have a total disregard for our wishes? Paying bid fees is like putting money down a rat hole, and that's just bad business. It doesn't benefit us. On H Street, it does not benefit us one little bit. All it does is put a hardship on me and my family. I work hard for my money, and when I'm not there, I don't get paid. And coming up with that extra money every year is just, it's just putting a hardship on all of us. We are small business. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Is there other public comment? Please. Welcome.
My name is Eileen Evermore. Some of you may know me as Eileen Peterson. I own the Evermore Jewelry and Art Gallery within the district. I have probably a unique situation here because I was a merchant when the bid was first put into effect, and it was just as controversial then as it is now. And I just came back. Like, I tried to retire and that didn't work, so here I am again. And I missed a lot of the debate and the information that was being presented to the bid previously. So I don't really feel like I'm pro or con on this assessment. What I do know is that the programs that were implemented with the initial bid, the beautification, the parades, all of that stuff, the people who implemented those programs are no longer in business. I think that the bid's priorities are inverted. I don't think that parades and beautification, I mean, you can look around all over Del Norte County and see the former pots that the city put out back in the 80s for flowers that people have taken away and still belong to the city, and they're in private residences and all over the place. I mean, it just doesn't work. What I think the first priority of the bid, if it really wants to help the businesses, is to focus on marketing, not parades, not markets, city markets, farmers markets, but marketing. Look at what is actually going to bring money into these businesses and spend the money that way. I think that's about it. All right.
Very good. Thank you, Eileen. Is there other? Welcome, Mr. Dauber.
Good evening. Craig Dauber Insurance Agency. Recently, after the last meeting, Mr. Slurt stated in the newspaper that this was more of a psychological thing where people against people and nobody got along on one side or the other. It's nothing like that, Mr. Slurt. It's a situation where you're forcing upon the businesses downtown, the CPAs, the insurance agencies, the banks, the hair studios, something that they don't need, something that is not for them, something that you're asking them to pay for, which does not benefit their business at all. I've said this a number of times over and over again. I respectfully request that you have this business improvement district for businesses. Businesses that collect taxes, sales taxes, businesses that sell products. And it's repetitious, I know, you've heard it before, but where doesn't the logic sink in? Can I respectfully request that the three of you can listen to the logic of, I don't need bid. The CPAs don't need bid. The attorneys don't need bid. The ones who need bid, I will happily respectfully even go to their businesses and try to buy something if I need something that they sell. But the businesses you're forcing into bid don't sell anything. It's really a retail outlet that you're dealing with. And I respectfully request that you try to understand the logic in this, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? If you're here regarding anything about bid,
Patty.
I'm sorry.
Patty.
Welcome.
Kind of regretfully. My name is Patty Piercy. I have business downtown, and is that what you need?
Thank you.
I would not, anyway. I would like bid fees separated from the business license. I think took a wrong turn there, hardballing people. And it's turned our community against each other, which I hate to see. It's just caused a lot of animosity and division. And I hear that we can't make it so it's not mandatory, that the wording in the original bid or something made it so it has to be collected. And I just wonder if we can't find a wording legally that would allow us to have some say in our community and what we want to do. Obviously, I don't want to shoot it. I would like to see it be here, but really, I'd rather people took their ball and went home if they don't want to, if they don't want to be a part of it. And sometimes we can't afford it. And in these tough times, BID would say that's when we need it most, and I agree. And in Mr. Slert's article in the paper, he said, if there's something like, if $100 is making or breaking a business, there are other problems. There are other problems. They're huge. To me, they're huge. There's the internet, there's big box, and there's economy. Those are three huge ones to me. And right now, I don't need another assessment. And there's two people that are in my business 1 day a week that have assessments. And the lessons in my business that help bring in traffic gets an assessment. I think we should do one assessment per storefront and not everybody in the place. It's like people got greedy, and I would like to see it go back to being separate. And if somebody doesn't want to pay it, I don't care. And it gives us less to work with. But I would like BID. I'd hate to lose BID. It's provided a vehicle for hope and a collective voice when we need it. And life is short, and we shouldn't be spending it here arguing. And I think it's your guys' job to find a compromise and a common ground and a place to build and be a community. I'm ashamed how we've all acted.
Thank you, Patty. Is there other public comment? Please.
Hi, my name's Kyle Clausen. I'm a resident of Crescent City.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was invited by Billy yesterday with the local Rotaract Club I'm the president of to help with the city beautification. There was a small group of us and a small group of BID there, but it just kind of reminded me yesterday that we should be going towards a thriving downtown. And I think BID is going to help do that. I'm glad the council's behind BID. I think that we need a thriving downtown, especially for young people. I like going downtown right now. I like heading to Tomasini's. I go into Billy's shop. I go to office supply and see Debbie, get some local stuff there. It's just really nice, that feeling of being downtown, walking the streets. I'm excited for the farmers market to start up again at the fairgrounds and downtown. And I just think your support of BID is really nice, and I really want to see a thriving downtown. It'll help Crescent City. And thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle.
Cheryl.
Cheryl Korpstein, county resident. I am here just to remind all of us that, unfortunately, as controversial as BID is, when it was created, it was never put in place properly. And as nice as it would be to make it voluntary or do a lot of the things we would like to do to compromise, state law does not allow that. It's my understanding that state law and then the rules that were put in place by the city are very specific. So I'm here tonight to ask the council to once again review. We have a tool. BID was formed in 93 under the 89 laws. It is a perpetual bid. It can only be voted out by an act of the city council. Doesn't matter if everyone in this room left and the bid board quit, you guys could keep it in place. That being said, if we do away with it, we can never get it back. So the bid did go off track. It's very obvious that it went off track when you read the original documents, when you look at the municipal code, somewhere along the lines things didn't work. And everyone likes to point at the parades and the things that we do, but that's really not what we should be doing. We should be focusing on business retention. We should be partnering with the tri-agency and the small business development. We shouldn't just be planting flowers in barrels on a Saturday. We should be working closely with city staff to come up with plans on the tree wells. Everyone is looking around thinking BID is not for me, it doesn't affect me personally, but in reality it does, because BID gives the voices of the downtown businesses a voice, a stronger voice with the city council. The council has been so gracious in the last few years to work with BID, to direct staff to bring BID to the place that it needed to be so that it could go forward, have a budget, be actually able to achieve things. We've got things on the agenda or on the assessment this year, such as security, possible bathrooms downtown. We all know we need more restrooms. I think that we are short-sighted when we think that because I don't participate in a parade or I'm on a street that's not on the parade route, that we don't all benefit in the end, because we do all benefit by having a healthy community. We should be using the tool appropriately. I agree. I'm not here to say that every decision BID has ever made has been perfect, but it's been made based on the input of the folks who came to those meetings. And if all of the folks in this room tonight would come to every BID meeting, we might be on a completely different track. So I welcome everyone's input, and I'm just very disappointed that despite all the compromise that we've been trying to achieve, we still appear to just have a very negative campaign going. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Is there other public comment? Ma'am? Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Dolly Johnson. I live in the county. I have a business in the city on 3rd Street. And I'm listening to how BID is helping business downtown. Get a grip, people. The economy is flatter than a buckwheat pancake. There is not a lot of business. Our sewer rates have went up, probably are going to have to go up again. Our rents are stable where I am because we have an understanding landlord. How much more can we do? The other day, somebody walked in, never saw them in my life. Give me some money, please, because I'm a cheerleader. Sorry, I don't have it. Telephone rings. I need some money. I'm with Del Norte High School, and we need you to be on the scorecard. Sorry, I don't have it. Every week, somebody wants something from my business. I can't do it. Now you're telling me, some of you are telling me that I'm not running my business right if I can't afford this. That's not true. It costs a certain amount every week to open the doors. Per day. I'm open 5 days a week. Every day I have to take in a certain amount of money to open those doors to keep that business solvent before I can take a penny out of it. The people don't have money right now. No one's got a COLA for what their Social Security in the last 2 years. There's not going to be another one this year again. I went in the bank mid-month next door at 9:15. Nobody in there. The teller's and me. We have no business downtown. A parade isn't going to bring it. A car show isn't going to bring it. The car show isn't even about BID. I see these things in the paper about all this wonderful. Kids parading down the street. That's not bringing business to us. It's costing us. As Paula said, how much did we pay for candy to give out? Not one person ever patronizes our business who comes and says, give me. We're kind of tired. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolly. Is there other public comment? Mr. Howard.
Chris Howard, representing the Crescent City Delaware County Chamber of Commerce.
Welcome.
We had considerable debate about this at an emergency chamber board meeting last week, and listened to several sides of the argument. And it really appears that the city has struggled for decades with this various issue, and it's tough being a new city council to now wrestle with the concept for what it was originally established for. And it looks like it has gotten sidetracked over the years and implemented in various ways that has really hurt the business to a certain extent and allowed for dissolution of the folks that is really meant to benefit. But after considerable discussion amongst the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, the Chamber of Commerce has voted essentially to support the process of bid and for what it was originally established. And more importantly, urges the city to actually review those items for which it was established and see if there's any room for this compromise that the bid is advocating for to the city council, because we do believe if those guidelines were followed that the community would strongly benefit from having a successful, thriving downtown business improvement area. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Is there other public comment, please? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Connie Brooks. I'm a county resident and business owner downtown. Today I read California Streets and Highways Code Section 36500. Before any decisions are made one way or the other, I would really request that anybody involved read that, because that's the code section that BID was based on. What it says in a nutshell is it's to help underdeveloped communities promote tourism. Well, for CPA's offices and attorneys, tourism isn't going to help us, not at all. And I think there are probably other things we could do with our energies and with our monies if we disband BID and possibly put together a group of people from city, county, and the Harbor District to actually come together and work on promoting tourism, if that's what it is that we want to do. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Connie. Is there other public comment? Please.
I'm Jeffrey, county resident. You know, I've been kind of listening to a lot of the folks, certainly through the last few months, and how many are against this. A couple other little comments I noticed that a few people have mentioned about the fact that they like the businesses to work with other groups, including yourselves. Kind of a scary thought here when you guys aren't even listening to them right now. So you want them to bring and work together with you when, with the majority that obviously don't want to do this project, continue it anyways, certainly in the form that it is right now. So I think the best thing to do is to think about the fact that this is going to go beyond tonight, and to focus in on the fact that if you're thinking about working with you guys, you have to be able to listen to this, whether it's change, whether it's cancel, whatever. You know, I know in your own idea you think this is the best thing for it. There's been a lot of governments through the ages that have thought this is the best thing for its citizens. And we can go back to World War II and some of those, and what came out of that. That's the Jews. So this is America. You have to listen to the people. They're the ones that put you in. And the other side of the fact is that there's an awful lot of people in here that have businesses, and including myself, that talk to a lot of people every day. I mean a lot of people. And these lot of people that go to these businesses and stuff are the ones that voted you in. So we have the opportunity to go back and tell them exactly how well you guys are listening.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? So there'll be no more public comment regarding bid except regarding the issue of the levy. Is that understood? Okay. We'll close public comment. Thank you very much. So we'll move to item number 8, which is a public hearing. And I would note that regarding the public hearing, if you challenge the decision of the City Council in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this notice, or in a written correspondence delivered to the City Council at or prior to a public hearing. So we will open a public hearing at this time regarding, we have 3 components, A, a B, and a C. And the A component is conduct a public hearing regarding a levy of a business improvement district proposed assessment for fiscal year 2011-12. Janine, do you have any report?
I don't. Just what's before you today. And today you need to hold the public hearing and adopt a resolution and have the first reading of the ordinance. So choose.
Okay, very well. So I'll open it up to the council. Is there any questions or clarifications?
I do have a question for Bob or Janine. The assessments are required in this ordinance, the city ordinance? Assessments are required?
I mean, are they mandatory
Yes.
on the business categories indicated?
Yes.
Yes, these would be mandatory assessments, yes.
But I'm talking about the original code that was passed 19 years ago.
You mean if you had a bid with a 0 assessment?
Can you have a bid with a 0 assessment?
I think you could, yeah.
It could be voluntary.
Well, it would be a bid with a 0 it would be a bid with no budget. They would have no, except if there were some voluntary contributions.
So it would not dissolve because there's no money there?
I don't think that the lack of an assessment makes the bid itself disappear, no.
How would you, I'm interested in hearing more of what you have to say, Mr. Nia.
Also, can I just add that there would still be the balance that's in the bid fund itself. So I guess theoretically, even if you assess to 0, the bid could still meet to advise on how to expend the
money that's
remainder of the
existing.
funds.
I had one more question, then I'll expand. The other question is, if this resolution does not pass tonight, does the original fee go back to what it is now, or does it go to 0?
No, you have to make an annual assessment, so it doesn't automatically renew itself.
It goes to 0.
Basically, it goes to 0. Okay. I would remind the council that you have the discretion to change these assessments. You received a recommendation from the bid board about the assessment levels. You could reduce them There was one suggestion that it be more of a nominal amount. You could implement that. You can cut them by a percentage. You can do, it's in your discretion now to do with the assessments what you want to.
Okay. What I was getting at, Councilmember Shalong, is that the last time we voted on this, I voted to uphold the vote that the survey the city took, and to make it voluntary. So I was just wondering if it could be voluntary, because some people said it couldn't be. So I just wanted to get that opinion.
I just was curious if you wanted to keep bid but not have a budget for it.
If we had voluntary, if some people wanted to pay voluntary, we'd have a bid.
And then I just had a question. The assessments that have been provided in this report are about 50%. Most of them are about 50% lower than what they used to be.
They're higher than
No, they've been lowered. Like financial has come from $400 to $200. I'm sorry, I can't ask you the question, but I can ask the board president.
Should she come to the...
Please. I just noticed there's a few new people in the audience tonight, so I thought maybe if you provided a little history on how these fees actually came about tonight.
The fees tonight came about from requests from bid members coming to a bid board meeting and saying just that they were too high for them to pay. The booth renter category, they used to be considered, depending on the type of business they were either service or professional. And so we created a category last year specifically for them, and their fee was, depending on whether it was $150 or $100, went down to $50. And we created that booth renter so that future boards and councils could understand why that was done specifically for businesses that either work part-time or Patty Piercy, as an example, has somebody in there 1 or 2 days a week, and that's for those type of businesses. As stated, the financial we requested specifically because of Mr. Dauber had asked that come down. His state code was assessed, or anyway, categorized by the city in the SIT code book that some mortgage brokers and not just banks were included in the financial category. So we did before you is financial reduced to 200. And then also retail used to be stepped by employees, that basis from $167 up to $432, depending on how many employees you employed. And 2 bid board meetings ago, it was requested that there just be one fee so that no small business or larger business that would ever hinder them hiring maybe an additional employee. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so just to recap, retail used to be 167 to 400?
432.
And now it's 150 flat?
That's the request, yes.
Okay. And then the financial used to be 400, now it's 200. Booth renters were 75 to 100, now they're 50?
That was 2 years ago. You guys voted on that last year.
Right.
We pulled them out of the service and professional category, and they are their own category now.
So professional and service, how were they categorized before? Or what was their fee?
$150 or $100.
Okay. So they've all, 2 of them have stayed the same and the rest have gone down?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to.
Thank you. Ms. Westphal.
I wanted to clarify, does Robin Patch and Deputy City Attorney Martha Rice get paid when they attend bid meetings?
Yes.
All right, so if bid...
Well, Robin Patch is on salary, and Martha Rice charges by the hour, yes.
So if the bid assessment goes to 0, would they then have to volunteer their services?
They wouldn't have those services.
Well, it would be up to the city council. You could still direct that the city attorney provide advice to the bid board, or you could direct that the city attorney not provide advice to the bid board. It's up to you.
Okay, well, the basic thing I have to say about assessments is that we already have so many taxes and fees and expenses to pay that one more is just breaking the backs of our people, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Is there public comment regarding the levy?
Just that I don't think it applies to services as originally drafted.
Mr. Miles?
I see the slings of arrows. I'd like to point out something. I have mixed feelings recently about bid. We need a vibrant, and that's the word, vibrant downtown. If my city does not have a vibrant downtown with businesses that collect sales tax, and that sales tax goes to the state of California, and then that money comes back to the city, we're in the situation we're going to discuss later on today. For many years, before bid became as formalized as it is today.
Mr. Miles, I want you to stay on topic regarding the levy.
Well, I don't think the levies are hurting anybody. The only levies that I think are unfair are to the service people. Because if proper legal research was done, I think some of the attorneys and finance people are exempt. But that's just my personal opinion, and it probably will take a lawsuit to figure it out.
Thanks, Mr. Miles. Is there other public comment? Please. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jamie O'Brien. I am a resident and have had a business for 20 years. I am downtown. One thing I wanted to bring up when Kelly was asking about the fees, whether they've been reduced or increased, when I first moved downtown and bought my building, and one thing I also want to say is when you do buy a business and you get your title insurance, you buy a building, there's nothing in a preliminary title report that points out that we are in a bid assessment area. So myself, I did not know I was also going to have an additional fee on top of my property taxes and insurance and everything else that I pay annually. As far as the fees, when I first got there, I called when I got my first bid assessment in the mail, and I was told to throw it away. It wasn't enforced. I didn't even know what BID stood for at that time. Subsequent years, then it's being enforced. I was paying, I think, $67 twice a year. I am now reclassified. So I've been told by the members of the bid board that my fee did not increase, that those fees were established when bid was established years and years ago, but that I've been reclassified. Going from $100 some odd a year to $400 a year, I used to be considered a professional category. I'm now considered finance. I'm still a small business, but I'm classified as if I'm a bank. I'm a mortgage company, and I'm a small business. So that did go to $400, and now it's being considered that that's reduced to $200. That to me is still not a decrease in my fees. That's an increase overall. And I believe it's unreasonable for my size of business. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Sure.
Cheryl Corpshian, county resident.
I would like to ask the board to consider approving the levy as they are written. I do understand that there has been some confusion over the reclassification that was not done by the bid board. That was done in the city offices when they were cleaning up the classifications of businesses. As most of you who have ever volunteered with BID are aware, we thought we were voluntary for a very long time, and those who wished to pay paid, and those who didn't did not. Were told to throw their assessments away, chose to. We still have a few businesses downtown who have pending, I think they're waiting to see what happens with BID, have not paid those assessments. When we were voluntary, we didn't get a budget. That's when we fell into the position of hosting a parade, hosting an event, because without a budget to plan on, without the ability to look at capital improvements or move forward, you're very stagnant. And so, although I completely understand, I understand that money is tight. Our business is one of those that was reclassified from a professional to financial and back down again. And I never came to BID and asked for that fee to be reduced on behalf of my boss because I felt it was a conflict. I think that we need to remember, without any assessment, while we could advise you how to spend the rest of the money that remains in the pool, we really would not have anything that we could go forward in the future with. And the city staff who had helped us, those who had volunteered, and the people who were serving on the board had reached their exhaustion point of trying to figure out how to do what was in the original intent of BID on the $5,000 or $6,000 that was being voluntarily put in. So I would just ask you to approve the assessments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. Yeah? Welcome.
I'm Cindy Shaw, and I work downtown. I've been downtown 30-some years. You may say it's only a $50 fee. Our one shop, the bid fees are $467 a year. That's one small business that, with the people that come in, we have to cough up that much money a year. And that's a lot in this economic times. Sue has paid for her own business improvements, her own security system, all the things BID said they want to pay for. I think if a business owner wants to pay for whatever they want for themselves, that's fine. It should not be forced upon us. And as far as going to BID meetings and having input, I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want to go to meetings. I don't want input. I want to be left alone. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council. Is there a motion? Okay, seeing no motion, then there's no action. Mr. Black?
If there's not going to be a motion, then the resolution and the ordinance will not pass. Simple.
Can there be an alternate motion?
Well, like I said, the assessment, if you're talking about the level of assessments.
Yes.
Then, yes, there can be any alternate motion that you wish to craft.
I'd like to make an alternate motion that the bid fees for every classification be $20 a year.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, would you pull the vote?
Well, can we have
I'm sorry.
discussion first?
Please.
And public comment?
That's right.
Thank you. I would rather see no assessment at all, rather than put the bid board of directors through all the work that they do for a budget that's not going to provide them with anything. It's just math. You're not going to be able to do anything for the downtown with $20.
That's right.
And, I mean, nothing will happen downtown anymore. It just makes me sad, but.
Yeah, I think people who are interested in having the parades will organize and have the parades regardless of the bid
Excuse
being
me.
in order.
Thank you. Okay, is there public comment regarding this motion? Yeah? Please.
My name is Eileen Evermore, and I am a resident of the county, and I have a business in Crescent City, and I agree with Kelly. The token assessment is not worth the energy. The people who have been working toward the bid are very well intentioned and have been working really hard to make this all happen. And they don't need to waste their time anymore either. If it's that controversial, very little can be accomplished, I think. So I don't think a token assessment is worth the effort.
Thank you. Other public comment? Mr. Miles?
Leroy told me to stay on point, or he won't give me any money to run for city council. I would like to offer an alternative. Maybe it's time we do away with bid, but we still need a group downtown that will promote downtown area. And I am a little disappointed at this council because a few months ago there was a proposal that redevelopment funds be given to bid. Here's my proposal, and you're going to say, why in the hell is he suggesting this? That because of the current economic situation, that until the economy improves, the redevelopment agency, who should be responsible for my downtown area and hasn't for years, fully fund the budget for bid. Take the burden off the merchants and the people that are in the service industry until the economy recovers. That may sound like a large burden, but I don't think it is. When I first come to town, bid was voluntary. People like Glenn, Wally, Debbie, they still came up with money. We got the clock downtown. Now the clock, some people say, why the hell do we need a clock downtown?
Richard, I think you get off point.
Well, I don't think I'm off point. Reach into the redevelopment fund. If the state's not going to take away for you, instead of giving it to businesses, you know, your friends that want to build something they put nothing but county offices in that doesn't collect any sales tax.
Thank you. Other public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. Back to the council.
Well, there's a motion and a second on the floor, so you're going to have to.
Well, I was just wondering if I can withdraw my second.
Yeah, I'll withdraw the motion if the council feels that it should be voluntary. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been withdrawn and seconded.
I'm just going to comment, and I'd like to apologize to Billy Kay and Cheryl because I know that this has been a passion of yours to create a better downtown. And I know you've worked countless hours and taken away time from your own businesses to do so. And so I'm sorry that it's gotten to this point. I'm sorry that the entire downtown area and the business owners have gotten to this point. It's been very sad to watch and be a part of. I've been associated with the Business Improvement District for the last 12 or 13 years, and I've seen it grow from the time actually that when I first was involved. And Diana Tomasini and Debbie Stover and Billy Kay and Cheryl and some other people downtown have worked so hard over the years to make it successful. And so I hate to see it go away, but the negativity that it's created has just not allowed me. No, the negativity that, right, correct. Anyway, if the city, in its budget decides to fund some improvements in the downtown area, I'd like to still be able to call upon our bid advisory board to help us make those decisions on how to spend the money without them having to do the work. Because I think that your heart is in the right place, and I just want to say thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's not on our agenda. We cannot act on that.
Any other council comments?
No.
Okay, I would just offer that for me it's a major missed opportunity for our downtown collectively, and we'll all pay for it. So with that, we will move on to skip item B and skip item C and move to item 9, which is reports.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, honey.
Oh, it's working.
All right, I'll look at those.
That's exactly correct. Exactly correct. Okay, welcome Kendra. At this time, we'll have a report from Kendra Howerton, Deputy Director of Community Assistance Network regarding Peterson Park.
Right, thank you very much.
And I see our monitors are working at this time.
Oh, wonderful. I'll first point out, and we'll get into that discussion hopefully later in the presentation, the gate in question as part of what we wanted to inquire with the City Council this evening is the recent vandalism. But first I'd like to hopefully highlight some really exciting things that are happening in Peterson Park. Peterson Park Garden is fully subscribed, so gardeners are actively growing this spring, and there are no beds empty, including in the greenhouse currently. And we've had so many subscriptions that we've recently had somebody inquire and has built their own bed at Peterson Park because we actually ran out of garden space. So to me that's really exciting because up until this growing season, we've had a little bit of lack as far as subscriptions, and we've done a lot of outreach to the neighborhood and the community and seen a lot of increased enthusiasm for the garden. So the garden provides a space for meaningful activity for developmentally disabled adults in our community. And to me, that's really good news. You can see a team of them out working in the tilled bed areas where growing happens. So the Dragonfly is a program, a subsidiary of Healing Spirits, and they have an ambition to aid the developmentally disabled to have projects and things for them to be involved in, and also create small entrepreneurial opportunities. And so we're really trying to get these people connected with the farmers market and encourage them to share booth space and things like that, so they grow for their own purposes, but also to give them an opportunity for entrepreneurism, which is really exciting. Right now, they're specifically doing a growing project in partnership with Harrington House, and they're growing food for domestic violence survivors, the people that are staying in Harrington House. We won a really small pot of funding from the California Endowment through our We Work group efforts to fund that effort, and it's continuing. So we've maximized just like probably $600 to feed those needy ladies, though. So gardeners are beginning to feel more ownership. As I cited, there's a gardener that recently just built a bed out of their own discarded bricks. That's really good news, because when they're taking ownership of the garden, they're actually being more actively involved and participating. Before, can blanketed a lot of the responsibility for garden maintenance, and that's now being covered by the actual gardeners themselves. So that's some of the increased activity that we see happening. It's a hot topic in our community, so there's a lot of growing enthusiasm for teaching people how to fish rather than giving them a fish, and we see that catching. And the evidence is that we have increased participation. So the garden increases the use of Peterson Park as a whole. Gardens working almost every weekday, enjoying the city facilities and working in the neighborhood. My route to work, I go down A Street and I take 5th, but a lot of times I'll take an indirect route and just drive by and circle around Peterson Park, and it very oftentimes either going to work or coming home or both, I see people out there actively gardening. I've had people communicate to me personally when I've stopped by and conversed with people that that they didn't have an outlet before, which was one of our hopes, that people that felt shut in and hadn't developed community for themselves, that they would, it wouldn't just be about growing food, but it would be about growing relationships, and we're seeing that happen. So the bad news that I mentioned is that we've had repeated low-level vandalism this spring and ongoingly at Peterson Park. Every season we usually experience some vandalism. I want to mention that contrary to belief, that happened even when we had locked gates. People found ways into the garden, and we did have vandalism at that time. We had made an original decision that we were going to move the larger gate that is at the south end of the garden over to the east end of the garden and install a smaller entryway gate, so that we had an entryway gate and a larger gate that we could bring soil in. But then when we had further communication amongst our staff, but also with gardening members, one of the things about a community garden is that it's open to the community, so we hate to shut out residents that may or may not participate from coming in and enjoying the garden, because that's a part of what a community garden is. And so we actually wrote a grant and received funding to at least replace the front side of the gate with a more attractive, welcoming fencing that was lower and had easier access. We're at the place now where obviously we've had the recent vandalism, and that was without the gate having been locked. We've been leaving it open for some time now, and we have recently seen an increased vandalism. Unfortunately, a lot of the plants have been uprooted. Thankfully, the gardeners were able to replace. But we're actually asking for city's input. Should we replace it with a more attractive, welcoming to the community fence? Should we leave the fence as it is and go ahead and replace the locks. I guess that's just something that we'd like you to consider and we would like to receive counsel on.
Sorry. Can the gardeners be given like a combination lock?
And that's how we did it before when it was locked, and it was a combination, and the gardeners were all given the combination for the lock and were able to gain access.
How do they feel about it? Would they rather have it locked up so their gardens aren't?
They would prefer that the vandalism not happen and that it could be open to the community, but obviously the vandalism is, detriment to them because it's their plants that are being pulled up. So we're kind of at this debacle, and really felt like maybe the city could advise us on what direction you think that you'd prefer us to go. I mean, Peterson Park is a park. Ideally, we would be able to have a welcoming fence.
Have there been any reports made to the police department?
Yes, and some of the actions that have been taken, some options. Obviously, we're looking at the locked gate. We're also looking into installing motion sensor lighting. So at night, when people access the garden, which is a time when they shouldn't be, the lights will be on, and it'll hopefully detract them from entering and causing problems. We've also been in open communication with the police department, who's agreed to patrol the area and shine their lights in the garden more frequently. So those are some of the steps we've taken to try to prevent that in the future. So Peterson Park Community Garden provides a space to grow healthy food while encouraging outdoor activity. In the midst of our obesity epidemic, every opportunity for healthy food and activity needs to be encouraged. CAN is very grateful that the city of Crescent City has been supportive of this over the years, and we just want to thank you.
Great. Questions from the council?
Doug, do you have anything to report?
It's just an ongoing control system where we are constantly vigilant as we drive by and spotlight the area. And, do the best we can with what we have available. It is kind of off to.
Do you want him up here? Doug, you need to come forward. Sorry.
Sorry. We have established special watches for that area as far as officers going by during the night as well as during the day to be able to spotlight and go through that area as well. So,
But are there any signs of what kind of vandalism? What you think it's just kids or?
Well, I'm sure she could probably state a little bit more the exact vandalism, but there's vandalism of uprooting the plants and the plastic and that. It's not of the gates or the metal portions of that. It's more or less a very limited type of vandalism that's just plain out of mischief, basically, for no reason at all other than they can do it. So we do keep a vigilant eye as we do patrol by, yes.
Thanks. Okay. How long have you been patrolling?
Ever since she brought it to our attention.
How long is that?
A couple months, I would say.
Has the vandalism gotten worse?
We haven't had any since the one that was publicized in the paper, which is
Okay. Thanks.
Right.
Thanks, Chief. I was just getting ready for public comment, Mr. Miles.
As one of the community members that came before the city council a number of years ago and suggested that we have a community garden in Peterson Park, I have some concerns, and I don't blame anybody. I blame the community for the type of people we have in it. I'm aware that Doug Black has never been satisfied with the fence that the city's block grant was able to purchase. When the initial meetings for the community garden was held, the fence was a major concern. And that's why the largest percentage of the grant went to purchase that fence. It's sad anytime you have to fence off an area to prevent vandalism. For a number of years, I had 2 plots in there with another person, and we grew vegetables. I decided this year that I didn't want to waste my time. And that's sad, because I took a lot of snow peas, daikon, if you know what Japanese radishes are. I provided, and fava beans. I produced enough fava beans to give fava beans to a number of our city workers who happen to be Portuguese. I have a suggestion that when you meet with the city, the county, I'm aware that the county set aside some money in their budget for making improvements in the skateboard park. This is the suggestion that I have. Maybe Doug Plack, when some of the COPS funding comes available, would go in with the county and put a security camera at the sheriff's office that would take a view of our skateboard park, our tennis court, and our Peterson Park garden. So if the people don't want to use the locks, it's very uninviting. But at the same time, I would hope CAN, after Rich Nia, when he sat on the Planning Commission, gave him permission to fix a greenhouse, would go back and fix the tears in the greenhouse.
Thanks, Mr. Miles. So other public comment? Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the council. For me, I drove by Peterson Park over the weekend and had a look-see, and I saw the gates a little bit disheveled and open, and in general, the upkeep seemed to be lacking in the park with overgrown weeds and/or grass. So it seems to me that there probably needs to be a little more attention. And then I think the sensor lighting, the motion sensor lighting makes sense. And I think it's unfortunate that we probably have to look at a combo lock to keep the bad guys out, because if somebody's going to come in there at will and mess up what people are working hard trying to, grow food, then there's no sense in adding to that opportunity. So for me, the combination lock, the motion sensor lights, and eventually if there's funding available for a security camera makes sense.
The weeds that you saw were actually in the garden area or
Yes.
the park itself?
In the fenced off garden area.
And who's responsible for that, CAN or the city? Thank you.
That was kind of up for debate. When we originally negotiated the garden, there was some miscommunication that happened about shared maintenance responsibilities and things like that. And so obviously we've had staff turnover at the city level. And so CAN has been taking ownership and taking over the responsibility of the maintenance of the gardens. We're in the process of transitioning the community garden members, including Dragonfly, who has agreed to step up and begin taking over some of the maintenance. Now, I realize that sometimes it's not mowed as well as we'd like it to. Sometimes it has to do with inclement weather and the availability of the staff that do take care of that. But we are in process of transferring ownership of the maintenance responsibilities. Part of the way that we have been taking care of that is we've created a garden manual. So everybody that signs up for a plot actually also signs up and is designated to take care of a certain amount of maintenance. And then we communicate with the garden members about that. Part of the way that we've enabled ourselves to take care of that and manage that is that we've expanded the capacity of our staff to enable to oversee that. With me is Connor Caldwell. He is our newest coordinator for the community gardens, and he's an AmeriCorps First 5 Service Corps member who started with CAN about a month or two ago, I believe, 2 months ago. And Connor's now directly coordinating the garden with his direct supervisor being Angela Glore, a previous VISTA member, is now serving as our director of food programs. So we're expanding our staff to accommodate the expanded gardening projects that we're doing in the community.
Great.
Okay. Any other questions?
I would agree with Mr. Slurd in that a combo lock sounds like it might be appropriate, and as the motion sensor lights. And if you have problems keeping up the grass, maybe you could communicate with the city, make sure that we have the combo lock. And if the city's out there mowing the park, maybe they can help out.
And to answer, I believe you made a comment, Mr. Slurt, about the current gate. We were waiting to find out what the city would like us to do about the gate situation. So what our plan is, since you've said, you know, we definitely need a locked gate situation. We won't be replacing the fence. We'll redirect those funds to do other things within the community garden. But what we'll plan on doing is removing the larger gate and moving it down to an area where we still have vehicle access to dump, you know, dirty fines and things like that. And we'll put in the existing smaller entryway gate where the present large gate stands. So it'll be easier for people to get in and out, and I think it'll improve the appearance of the outside fence.
Great.
Do they need to follow any regulations in moving and building new gates, fencing?
Just work with our staff.
Right. Yeah. That's no problem.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kendra. Okay, so we will move to reports, item B. And we will review, I guess, have a presentation of the Del Norte Solid Waste Management Authority budget for fiscal year 2011-2012. Kevin. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Want the short report or the long report?
The right report.
Well, I have provided you a written report and several pages of attachments, so I won't reiterate a lot of the details, but since the Solid Waste Authority was formed, we have every year provided a report to the city and the county so that we can get appropriate feedback and comments and suggestions, comments as necessary to help make our budget better and more reflective of the interests of our partners with the city and the county. So the process starts with the board of the Solid Waste Authority, which met on the 11th. I have been to the Board of Supervisors, and they did have some comments, and I spent a couple meetings with the county auditor and the assistant CAO, Neil Lopez, both of whom provided me very useful comments to help make the revisions. I should point out, and I've never done this before, but because their changes were so relevant and important, the budget that my board saw was the second to the last column, which says proposed budget. But because of the significant comments from the county, I thought it would be best for me to, and since I had the time and the opportunity to speak to you after that, to show you where those revisions happened. Predominantly, and as you probably know, the county processes all the pay and benefits for the staff of the Solid Waste Management Authority. So the county auditor's office has a lot of details that we're extremely helpful for us. One of the things I was not aware of, because it only happens apparently every decade, is that there are 27 pay periods in this coming fiscal year. So we had to adjust the, that's a good thing, yes? It's a bad thing.
It's a bad thing.
I thought it was a good thing, but if Janine says it's a bad thing, it's a bad thing.
It's a personal good thing, a bad for the administration.
It's a bad thing. So we had to adjust our our personnel costs up a bit. When this organization started, we had a landfill that we operated. The county owns the landfill. The Solid Waste Authority was assigned to operate it. We went for quite a few years, stretching out the length of that landfill and generating the fees from that. In 2005, we started the transfer station and took our best shot at setting fees that we thought would be appropriate and sustainable. But what we've discovered, especially over the last several years, is that the revenue that was coming in to us from operation of the transfer station was not enough to keep up with everything. The two things that changed when the landfill closed and we built the transfer station is we now have an asset which needs to be capitalized. So I'm learning about depreciation, and funding depreciation is something I've never had to think about before because we have no assets. The landfill is not an asset. In addition to that, we now have a post-closure liability that's currently at $2.6 million, which is something that we can pay through a pledge of revenue every year to maintain the closed landfill, but it's a 30-year obligation. So we have these two big numbers that are starting to add up on our books that are making us look weaker than our cash flow would suggest. So probably the biggest thing and the strongest advice we got from the county auditor is that we need to pinch every penny and scrape every place we can and start setting aside and building back up our reserve fund, because we have depleted our cash reserves over the last several years. And this budget, if the Solid Waste Authority Board approves it, will have over $100,000 this year, and hopefully over the next 5 to 10 years we'll start building up a cash reserve that will both help to fund replacement and repair of our assets, as well as having some cash reserve set aside for, God forbid, something that should happen to the landfill. It has to be repaired and would be expensive. So those are the big changes, but in order to respond to that, we did bump our share of the transfer station revenue this year, so our revenue is going up. Last year we took some pretty significant cuts, including earlier this year we laid off one of our employees, which for us is a 10% reduction of staff. We made a pretty serious commitment, and the board was very committed to not reducing services. We are open 7 days a week. We continue to be open 7 days a week. We've retained the services that we provide in Klamath and Gasky. And so we have maintained services with less staff. We have increased revenue to try to get on top of the fiscal deficits that we've been facing the last couple of years. And those are the big changes. Actually, probably the biggest change for the city and the county is since the beginning of the Solid Waste Authority, and even before that, the county had a deal where the county could get some free dumping. The city, as part of this agreement, gets the dumpster at the cultural center and the dumpster at the public works yard, which we have paid for out of a specific line. Because we have an agreement from the county to start basically giving them $15,000 a year. Instead of giving them free dumping, we're giving them money and they can pay for the dumping as they need to use it. We thought it would be a parallel option to present that option to the city.
You're giving them the money? Why not just have an account that would go up to
basically the same.
Oh, okay.
Basically
You're not writing them a check, though?
Well, you're going to be on the board. We'll talk about that Wednesday.
We're not writing us a check. No, I'm just kidding.
Did the county accept that?
The county has accepted this as an option.
Because I'm not in favor of that. I think it ought to stay the same for the city. I don't know if we use $15,000 worth or not, but the city is half of the of solid waste, and I think that ought to stay the same and not have a limit of $15,000 for 2 dumpsters.
You don't want a limit?
No, I want it to leave it the same way it is.
Why?
Because by limited to $15,000, if it's more than that, that has to come out of our general fund.
And if it's
if
it's more than that, it has to come out of solid waste general fund.
But the city is a participant in solid waste.
That's okay. This is something that's open for discussion, and we, You don't have to have the same deal as the county. The county's agreed to that. You get to have the deal that you want. What we do right now is we pay for the dumpsters on your behalf. If we keep it the same, the money that's in the line for giving you the money to pay for it shifts down into a different line, and we continue to pay for it as we have now. So we have flexibility. The budget is not significantly affected one way or the other on that. However, we have been, what we'd like to do is work with the city to look at the services that you're getting at the cultural center, because right now you have a 6-yard bin, which is the largest stationary bin.
Actually, Kevin, I've talked to the staff about that, and we are using it.
Yes, all the city garbage goes there, to the cultural center.
Well,
so I know that.
City garbage.
Yes, I know
Okay.
that when we.
Not the city residents, but the city offices.
Yeah, when we talked to Tommy, he felt that 6 yards twice a week was a lot. And that he had mentioned that it's not always full. And so I wanted the staff to look at it to see if we could reduce what we were having picked up, and they said that it's always being used.
Well, let me say this. First of all, you have a right to that service. It's part of the JPA. We'll maintain the service that you're getting right now. What I was going to say, and thank you for telling me that all the city garbage goes there, is I think there's an opportunity to set up the recycling containers that in a better way.
Yeah.
So that I think, especially the use of the cultural center, there's a great potential to have more diversion of the waste that comes out of those events.
I agree.
With a better setup of recycling. So
I'd like to know what the value of the services that the city's getting equals. I mean, just come up with that number.
yeah, it's pretty close to that 15,000. It may be a little less if there is some recycling going on. It may be a little more if you maintain the 6-yard dumpster with no.
I would like to see the city
no recycling.
recycling more.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Is I've just noticed that if it's something that you have a larger investment in, that people care more about recycling when they're more connected to the cost of doing that. So without having you pay that cost, if we can achieve that interest in expanding recycling, I think we can set you up with better recycling at the cultural center.
I just want to interject one thing. Before the meeting, I did tell Kevin I was concerned about that item in here, the 15,000, that I'd like an opportunity to sit down with him and go over those costs. Because in the city offices, we do recycle. But you got to remember the rent, those people who are paying rent at the cultural center, we have recycling bins, but they don't dump them as often, and we need to set up a better system because
Right.
it didn't work well the way it was.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
So I'm just saying, now we have people that are, when they rent the hall or rent the cultural center, they're throwing away the garbage and not always sorting it.
Right. I think that's a big part of it, is the
Right.
people that are.
We need to come up with a method to do that will also not keep something in there longer than we would like to have it.
No, I think we can have recycling containers outside where the dumpsters are right now.
We just need to come up with an
and
alternative.
You have maintenance people that maintain the cultural center?
Well, yes, but
have a contract.
very reduced. Our budget's been severely reduced.
Right,
also,
but
so
if they
that-
take the garbage out to the dumpster, they can take the recycling out to a recycling container, can they not? Well, anyway, you are right. Let's get together and work out the details. This is not a major budgetary issue for us. The
but I
plus
would-
or minus on this is not going to affect the budget on this, but coming up with a plan.
Kevin, thank you for being so gracious. But as a solid waste board member, I would like to point out that I would like to have a number to work with. I don't care if it's 20,000, if whatever it is, so that we can budget for that. Because when you don't have a number and it's an ongoing free-for-all, we end up not being able to budget very well. So if the city, and whatever the city comes up with, if we've been getting $12,000 to $15,000 and you want to bump it because you don't think you're going to recycle, or whatever the case is, having an actual budget number for the solid waste to use is helpful. And I realize the city is a partner, but the city doesn't pay any fees to solid waste. It's my solid waste hat.
I was being gracious.
I just asked to that we just sit down and discuss it before we just.
I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
So directed.
This, in any case, doesn't lock you in one way or the other. This is a minor point of the whole budget, and it's something that if we had discussed it earlier, we'd have a more clear understanding of what the city wants.
Other questions from the council? I actually have some questions, and I've heard through the years that solid waste is relatively successful with obtaining grants to run the operation. So do you have is there an approximation of what percentage of your revenues is grant based on an annual basis? Order of magnitude? I mean, it looks like when I look at the charts that it varies.
It does.
And so I guess I just wanted a clarification that
It's kind of like a lot of like when we have CDBG and we have to meet those target income groups, it's kind of the same with solid waste. The grants that we get can only be used for specific things. Like for instance, if you get a used oil recycling grant, you can only use it for recycling oil or for promoting recycling oil and the expenditures that come along with that. So the grants have been very helpful in making a lot of those programs available locally. Recycling oil, we just did a pilot project for battery recycling where we have a lot of areas throughout the community, retail outlets that are supporting that project. We've actually one of the first pilot projects for that in the state of California, or if not the first.
The only.
The only. So they are doing good things with their grants. I don't know what the percentage is, though.
Is it, do you want to know the total percent?
Just the order
This
of
year is about
magnitude.
5%.
That's a.
I'm sorry?
5%.
5%?
This year. And there are competitive grants that do come and go, and they do take a lot of staff time. We always build in some amount of budget that can pay for the staff time that's spent on that. So it's one of the things that we can recoup out of these grants is it'll help pay for some of the salary for myself and for our program manager, especially for Ted Ward.
And one of the goals of our board is to encourage our staff to come up with more ways that people can start businesses that deal with recycled materials.
That'd be good.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I was, maybe incorrectly so, I had an understanding that there was probably a substantial amount of grant money that you all achieved. And it seems like in the couple of years that you've shown us here that the reality versus the expectation is quite different. In other words, you put in multiple grants for what was it called? Travel, a DOC grant, and travel oil grants, and then there's printing grants and advertising grants. And you have expectations that you put a number in a slot, and then when you go across to the actual receive, sometimes it's zero, and other times it's something, but it always seems to be less than what you anticipated.
Well, let me clarify. Probably would be easiest if you look at the revenue budget to have an idea of what the grants are. Although I see in the most important line, what you were looking at was individual expense lines for each of the grants. And so for each grant, and we don't budget grants unless we have the grant. So every grant that we put in this revenue line is a grant that we have. They're not projected or anticipated or applied for. They're grants already approved. And so the lines you're looking at are the expense lines where this is how much we have to spend, and then this is how much we did spend. And so there are some lines, some grants that we've just started. We have actually a grant for this fiscal year that we've just started spending because it can flop over and carry over to the next year. The oil grants especially are good for that. And we're just finishing spending last year's oil grant because the state has gotten slower about paying us. We've gotten more cautious in not spending the money until we see it coming in the door. Most of our grants are reimbursement grants. So if you look at the revenue side as far as how much grant was budgeted and how much of the revenue has been received, keep in mind that the last reimbursement, the biggest grant in here is $335,000. That was a carryover from the previous year where it started out at $400,000. We spent some last year. Some of it got carried over to this year. Some smaller amount will be carried over to next year. It's always hard when we start working on our budget in March to project where we'll be at the end of June, so we'll have to tweak it a little bit as far as the actual amount that's carried over from those grants. But for the largest grant that we have, we will not apply for reimbursement until the end of June. So we're carrying basically $50,000, $60,000 on that grant that will get reimbursed at the end of June. So we'll compile all of our expenses and then get reimbursed all in one lump sum. Because these kinds of grants, especially the grant reports, the state grants, have a lot of details. They're very complicated reporting. So we don't want to prepare the reports more often than we have to.
Okay. I see under reserve it says $30,000 is what you had budgeted last year in your revenue budget.
Yeah, that was an indication that we were drawing, we anticipated, we planned on drawing $30,000 out of reserve. That would be a negative thing. So going from drawing down, which basically is a deficit budget, that's zero.
And this year you have nothing proposed for reserve.
Exactly, and to look at the more positive side on page 4, the fourth gray line from the top on page 4,
right.
There's a new line that's called reserve/depreciation. If the revenue comes in at the rate that we hope it will, that we've projected, that we're planning to have a little more than $100,000 unspent at the end of the year that will help balance out the depreciation, some of the negative aspects of our year end.
Kevin, why do you have reserves and depreciation on the same line?
Because I'm not completely sure how it all works. The idea of having...
Reserve, for, in my mind, a reserve is when you're saving for a rainy day or for unexpected expenses or when revenues aren't met. Depreciation is an expense that kind of sits out here.
Right. So if this works, the revenue will exceed our expenses every month. That cash will sit in our cash reserve till we get to the end of the year. If the board at the end of that year wants to take an action to put some amount of that money into an restricted account, then that's more solid as a reserve. The board would still have the authority to be able to pull that back out again. In the meantime, it just accumulates in our cash reserve, and every month when you see the report from the auditor, that cash budget should look bigger. The auditors said that we're so far in the hole that we don't really have cash reserve, even with $100,000, because it's not enough to zero out the $400,000 accumulated depreciation that we have. So there's more for me to learn, but I know putting money aside and spending less than we bring in is a good thing. I'm that far along.
Kevin, in your expenditures between the actual expenses for 2010-11, was it 1.4 million? Your total for services and supplies?
That was as of March 31st.
Right.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the draft final budget, you're at 2.27 million. So if my math is right, that's like a 38% increase in your expenditures from last year to this year.
Well, you're not counting 3 months, April, May, and June, right? Is that correct? The number he's looking at on page 3 of expenditures, the 10-11 actual was as of 3/31/11.
Exactly.
And so there's 3 additional months
So you hope something's going to be made up there, I assume.
Well, if you take 1.4 and divide
Well,
that by 9
on the
months.
expense side, I hope we still come in lower than that number. On the revenue side, if we want to look at that, the franchise fees actually, for that middle column, franchise fees are always a month off. So even though it's a 9-month reporting period, it only reflects 8 months worth of franchise fees. Similarly with our revenue from the transfer station. As of the end of March, we had about $200,000 in charge accounts, accounts payable. That is revenue that was generated during the first 9 months, but hadn't been paid yet. At the end of the year, all that catches up and it all gets entered into the same fiscal year, but we're always about a month behind. So the revenue numbers you're looking at are about 8/12 of a year, or about 3/4.
Okay.
Or a little less than 3/4.
Again, if I take the revenue actual that you have through 3/31/11 at 1.7 million in your final draft.
1.4.
Pardon me?
1.4.
Says here 1.7 to me for revenues.
Where are you at?
And
$1,728,705.
Right.
Sorry.
And then I compare that with your final proposed budget for 11/12 at 3.1 million. That looks like a 45% difference. That seems huge.
It's a big jump in the sense that when we set the rates that start July 1st, our portion of the fees coming in is going to increase 28%.
And again, the 2010-11 actual is less 3 months of revenue
Understand.
and expenses.
Yeah. So there's a number of factors there, Mayor Slur. One is the 1 month lag on the actual revenue coming in. Two things are projected increases in the franchise fees and our disposal fees for next fiscal year. And both of those were done, well, at least the increase in the disposal fees were done to try to address the deficit budget that we've been struggling with.
So I guess if I was to bottom line everything, you're trying to play catch up some from a budget standpoint.
Yes.
For the last few years. At the same time, we're embarking July 1 on a new franchise contract.
Correct.
Which has new economics associated with it.
Lots of variables.
So, and I guess you're also assuming that you'll have the same user service this next year as the past year.
From a collection standpoint?
Right.
Collection service, well, we just had a meeting with the general manager of Delnor Disposal, and he reported to us, or Recology Delnor, I should say, that they thought there might be a drop-off in customers, but in fact, they've picked up new customers, the new service.
I hope that trend holds.
I do too. And there are some variables on the disposal side too, because there'll be more recycling going on, and I think it's correct to point out that that may result in less disposal, which is less money for us. But I guess from the most hopeful standpoint, if it all works out, we've got $100,000 building up our reserve. If we're off by more than $100,000, then we're back into a deficit.
So if we go back
Be
to
monitoring that on a quarterly basis.
Yes.
If we go back to page 1 on the total salaries and benefits, the actual for March 31st, 2011 is $373,000. In your proposed draft is $495,000 plus. So
$495,393.
Right. So I understand that you have 3 more months of data that will come in to be added to the actual 3/31/11. Right now, it looks like there's a 17% increase in salaries and benefits last year to this year, if the numbers are correct.
You're just looking at the total salaries and benefits?
Right.
That could very well be.
Where are you at?
Every one of the dark gray areas,
It's 27 pages.
Thank you.
every one of the dark gray areas is a number that was given to us, calculated and given to us by the county auditor.
Right.
So he was able to do a pretty precise calculation of what, with current employees, what our projections would be. I can say we were within $4,000 of each other, in my calculations and his calculations on what the anticipated cost of payroll would be. The retirement benefits, employee benefits, and workers' compensation, I have no way that I can calculate that. I have to rely on the county to provide those numbers for me. But I can tell you, and you probably will observe, that most of those costs are going up. Liability.
They're going the wrong way.
Everything is going the wrong way pretty consistently. Yep.
And then does the code enforcement officer operate under your authority, or is that through the county?
Well, thank you for asking that. We have, the county code enforcement officer is an employee of the county, but we have a memorandum of understanding with the county to be able to tap into that for services. So on an as-needed, on-call, as-requested basis, Dave Mason will do code enforcement for us within the city or the county. Because we have an ordinance that bridges both the city and the county, he's able to do that for us. We pay him, he gets paid by the county, we pay money to the county with the monthly invoices coming to us. So that's a service that's available on request.
Where does the restitution go to if the court gives restitution? Does it go to solid waste, or does it go to the county, or do you split it?
Restitution
From code
in what
enforcement?
sense?
From code enforcement?
You mean as far as a...
Like once he cites someone and say they take him to court and the court rules you have to clean this up and this is the...
The county puts a lien on the property. Is that what?
Well, they put a lien on the...
No, but if the Solid Waste Management Authority does it, the Solid Waste Management Authority puts the lien.
And
We've done,
And we have.
So it takes a while to get...
can I tell you the good news? We did an abatement last year. Last June, we filed a lien. That property's been sold, and we got the money back. So basically, what we get back is the money we sink into it.
Right.
So in the meantime, we cleaned up a piece of property. In the long term, we were out $20,000. It was
Comes back eventually.
miracle that it happened within a year, right? It never happens like that.
Was that Carlos?
The Old Mill Road property was sold on tax sale. When that sells, we had a lien placed on that, and we get our money back.
What happens with abandoned vehicles?
There's actually a separate joint powers authority called the Abandoned Vehicle Authority that the city and the county formed a while ago, 15 years ago maybe. And at that time, the city, the county, assigned the Solid Waste Authority Board as the same board of that Abandoned Vehicle Authority. There's about $24,000 a year for towing vehicles. Dave Mason arranges for clearing the titles and towing within the county, and I think the city does some of that.
Eric Taylor.
So I think the city does some clearing of titles on abandoned vehicles within the city, but that same fund is available for towing and for paying the tow charges. So we have a contract with American Towing to provide that service. Did that answer your question, Donna?
I thought it was North Crest Towing.
American.
Okay.
Yeah, they're located on North Crest. It used to be North Crest Towing.
Okay.
They were hired with a competitive process. There were
Right, I knew
proposals. We picked the
just done
cheapest.
that.
Code enforcement seems to have been a big deal in the city and the county, and then actually following through. But at the end of the day, it seems like it's not realizing much in revenue that's brought in. Or if it is, it's not tracking.
Oh, I can tell you it's
tracking
not
through you.
a revenue generator. I'd like to see that turn around, but it's, if somebody gets a $100 ticket and they pay it, we're $100 richer, but
Oh, you probably spent $1,000 to get that $100 ticket.
There's a long way to go, and one of the things that that my board is encouraging and supporting me to pursue, and that Dave Mason is chomping at the bit to go on is that we do have an ordinance that requires that all landlords, all property owners that rent property have to provide service to their tenants. It's a step short of mandatory. Everybody's got to sign up for garbage service, but it is a requirement, it is a law that's in place. If you rent a property, you have to provide garbage and recycling service to your tenants. So,
Are you saying that is a law that is already in place here?
yes. But let me be clear, Donna, because I know you're a landowner. The options are the self-hauling is still an option for property owners to haul their own garbage. The other option is to sign up for garbage service. Either option meets it. But the point is there's a lot of people that are renters that don't have money and they're not going to put a high priority on dumping their garbage in the right place. And more than half the illegal dumpers that we find are renters. So it's a very important place to target as far as garbage accumulation on property and garbage dumping in the ditches and in the forest. So there's a long way to go, but I think we have a good plan, and we need to just keep stepping one foot in front of the other. And Dave Mason is our guy, and he's good at what he does.
Okay. The last question I have is it possible to provide a pay scale range for the various people within your department?
Of course.
Sure.
Okay.
It's the same range as county employees.
I just saw it's not identified here. It just gives a total. That's all I have.
Yeah, my pay and benefits has been on the news and on the radio and all over for anybody that attends Tea Party gatherings. But it is public information, and I'd be happy to provide that for you.
Thank you. That's all I have. Anybody else?
Kevin, can you tell us how long you've worked for the authority?
18 years, 3 months.
That's close enough.
Sorry.
Anyway, thanks for your...
Thank you.
Thanks for your questions.
Thanks for your report. Okay. At this time, we will move to continuing business, and we have item number 10, which is consider and approve payment number 48 for Wallen Construction and payment invoices 8275 and 8303 for Stover Engineering regarding the wastewater treatment plant. And Jim, do you want to address this? As Jim comes to the podium, I would note that this is the last
That's what I was going to say. This is the last payment for both Stover and Wallen, and the last request from SRF for reimbursement. So we're pleased that this day has come.
And likewise. Was there any questions by the council?
I don't have any questions. I'd like to thank Wallen Construction and all the subcontractors and Stover Engineering for getting us to this day with not a whole lot of blood. We have a wonderful project, and we've stayed within budget, and I'm extremely pleased.
I guess I would like to also extend my gratitude and congratulations to the team, the engineering team, the city team, the general contractor, Stover Engineering. It's a monumental undertaking and a monumental accomplishment for this community, and to realize at the end of the day that it came in $60,000 under budget, and that's with 20 change orders over the period of construction and 1 year's addition to the contract to dial in the operations of the new facility. So it's a major accomplishment. So the engineers, the team, the contractors, and the subs and Stover Engineering should be saluted for this combined effort. We're all better in this community for this effort, so thank you.
And I'd like to echo those sentiments exactly. It's been years in the making, and I'm glad to see this day also, and thank them also. Thank you.
Well, and this community has a council that's, or the majority of this council that is committed to maintaining our facilities so that they don't become the nightmare that our wastewater treatment plant had become over the years without any maintenance. And so I just think that the entire process is, definitely been a learning experience for all of us involved. But I know more about wastewater treatment plants and sludge than I ever thought I would dream of. And I think our employees have done an excellent job with the entire transition, so thanks.
I too am glad to see this day come. And it was a project filled with controversy. It's what got me involved in politics. I hope future city councils never do the same types of this type of planning in the future that they did that brought this to fruition. And they're far more cautious, prudent, and cautious, prudent, and really look at what it's doing to our population. As they were warned many times, what an extreme burden it would be, and we're now suffering the consequences for those having hardships due to this project. So it seemed to be a scale that was not in proportion to this town.
Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
Move to approve item number 10, payment number 48 for Wallen Construction, and 8275 and 8303 for Stover Engineering.
Second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you pull the vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Ania?
Yes.
Councilmember Shalong?
Yes.
Councilmember Westfall?
No.
And Mayor Slurt?
Yes. So the motion carries 3-1. It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. We will move on to item number 10 or 11 in continuing business to authorize the city staff to prepare and record a notice of completion for the wastewater treatment plant. Jim.
You saw the staff report. We are retaining about, let me just get my glasses on here. We're retaining about $1.4 million right now in the account, and in my staff report I suggested that we hold $450,000 of that retention for the UV system. The contractors come back and requested that he post a bond for that $450,000, and I've discussed it with Bob, and he thinks the bond is appropriate. And we've just about actually completed all the certifications and everything, so unless there's a disagreement.
So you mean to return the 1.4, but to
after we have a bond
obtain a $450,000 bond from him?
Yeah, that's correct.
And
Jim, tell me about a bond as compared to cash. It's just as good as cash if it fails? He puts up money for a bond?
Yeah.
Don't they usually put up a percentage of it?
The bonding company at that point secures the money. You know, they're insuring the money, and the company purchasing the bond, so to speak, pays a certain percent for that bond, and then that company secures payment.
So that secures the rest of the money for his other operations, that he doesn't have to tie up that money?
That's correct.
All right.
And I have Ward here, and he had to sit through the whole meeting because I asked him to be here. And I just wanted to say that his staff and Ward himself were we needed those guys in a big way, not only in the inspection, but working through all the political issues that came up. And they were an exceptional asset to the successful completion of this project. So I wanted to thank him publicly for that.
Thanks for that. Also, Jim, while you're here, I'd like to read an email that came from the SRF people. It says, Jim and Ward, this email is to confirm my understanding that the city is planning on issuing a notice of project completion to the contractors on site. Congratulations on the completion of construction. It has been a long journey with some difficult challenges. To my knowledge, the city has one of the most advanced wastewater treatment systems on the coast. It has been a night and day comparison between the old wastewater treatment facility and the newly constructed facility. The new state-of-the-art tertiary treatment facility should last the city for many years to come. On a personal note, both you and your staff have been extremely professional throughout the project. Thank you for your quick responses, friendly phone calls, and can-do spirit. It has helped make the project a success. So, again, Jim and Ward, congratulations and thank you.
Very good. So I would make a motion to authorize city staff to prepare and record a notice of completion of the wastewater treatment facility and to allow the contractor to receive its final payments while accepting a $450,000 bond to secure our UV system.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Mr. Renfro. Well, Bill's coming up to the podium. Well, go ahead, I'll wait.
Good evening. I'm Bill Renfro. I'm the Executive Director for the Tri-Agency Economic Development Authority. I just wanted to commend the city on their vision in having this treatment plant constructed. It will serve us for generations into the future. One of the missions of Tri-Agency is to nurture along something that my predecessors put together called HAS199.com, which stands for Harbor, Airport, Sewer, Highway 199, and the broadband internet, as being one of the focuses of what the Tri-Agency is supposed to do. And with the completion of this wastewater treatment plant, that takes care of the S in the HAS199.com. So I want to congratulate the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. And also, Jim, just for clarification, are we mostly just waiting for the state to issue that certification on the UV system?
Yes. They've gone through the system and they've done all the testing, and it looks like everything's okay, and we're just going to receive the certification.
Okay. If there was a hang-up in getting that certification by the state and it was deemed that there was something wrong with the UV component, do you have an order of magnitude what that would cost?
Yes. The installation and the delivery of that unit was $330,000. So we basically get about 150% of that number. And we figured $300,000 would do it, and so that's why we asked for the $450,000.
Very good. Thank you.
Now, I wanted to point something else out while I'm standing here, and that is we have several people here to discuss the septage receiving, so maybe that could be moved up. So,
very good. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you pull the vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Westfall?
Yes.
Councilmember Shalong?
Yes.
Councilmember Ania?
Yes.
And Mayor Slurt?
Yes. So that's unanimous. 4-0. Thank you very much. And if the council wouldn't mind, I guess I would like to propose to move number 15 up to number 12.
Please.
Fine.
Okay, so item number 15 is under new business, and it's to consider and approve the purchase of a septage receiving station at the wastewater treatment plant in order to allow septage haulers to dispose of their septage and direct staff to establish appropriate fees. Jim.
as you remember, we had, I think it was Ricardo that came and spoke about the fact that the region doesn't have any place to haul its septage, and it has to haul it to, I believe, Coos Bay in the Medford area to get rid of it. After the completion of the plant, we've had a chance to run it and get things running smoothly. We feel we could add this additional facility, and the plant would be able to handle the it's a little bit of a additional capacity the plant needs to handle this, and we do have that ability now. So as you look at some of the numbers we're looking at for the construction and the revenue generated, we think in the end, even though it'll take our guys a little more effort, that it is worthwhile to do it. As far as revenue at the plant, it provides a close facility for the septage haulers so that they don't have to drive half a day to get rid of a truckload of septage, and provides service for the region in that it keeps the cost down because they don't have to haul it so far. So I think all the benefits are there. I think it's a win-win, and so I think we should, since we have some septage haulers here, it would be good to hear from them and some of the issues that they face. But all in all, I think it's a good idea and a good program.
I found the name of the company in the system very interesting. The Honey Monster Septage Receiving Station, which includes the Muffin Monster that grinds all of the septage. Sorry. It was so
I found that
interesting. I had
interesting
to
also.
point that out. Start calling
Is there
it honey.
council questions?
Yes, I had several council questions. In speaking with people in the community, initially they said it sounds like a really sweet and good deal if we can handle the load. So they want to know what any tests that show we can handle the equivalent load of, I think they calculated 250 new homes, or SFRs, single-family residents. Is that correct?
Did you say that you think the capacity of the plant is for 250 new additional residences? Is that
Yeah,
the
based
question?
on taking in 1 million gallons of septage?
Yeah.
Is that the equivalent?
Well, we believe that we're going to take the septage and put it into the digesters directly. And what we generally do with materials that's in the digesters is it stays in there for a while the bugs try to reduce the volume, and then as we get more and more sludge coming into the digesters, we have to take it out because we run out of room, and then we press it out. And so what it means is there'll be less time in the digesters. We'll be pressing a little bit more often, but not all that much. We bring in 1 million gallons of probably 1.2, 1.3 million gallons a day. And we're talking about the septage of about 1 million gallons a year, so 1.3 million or 4. And so that's kind of the difference in scale. Now, so I guess I didn't really answer your question about the 250 homes. I think if you look at each of the components of the plant, whether it's your clarifiers, your digesters, your nutrient treatment, they each have a certain capacity. And what is...
Jim, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
I think what she said was SFRs, meaning SFREs, single-family residential equivalents.
Right.
And so it's nowhere even, not even close to 750 SFREs.
Oh, you mean this? I didn't hear the 750
Yeah,
number.
the 1 million gallons a year versus 1 million gallons a day.
Yeah.
So it's probably...
And you're not using the same facilities for this.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
guess it
the
gets-
answer to her question is no?
No.
What is the unused capacity of the plant at this point?
Well, Ward, do you want to speak to that at all? I kind of, that's a big question, and it isn't a question that we're looking at tonight unless you want to. But like I was saying, each component in the plant has its own capacity. Whether it's your clarifiers or digesters, whatever it is, it has a capacity. And so if you fix, so there'll be one component that's always the limiting component that sets that. And so how much money does it take to fix that component? And then you have quite a few more. And when we started the treatment plant, it was the outfall and the nutrient treatment. And we've settled those two issues, increasing the capacity greatly. Some of the components in the plant we didn't deal with. And so now those, the outfall and the nutrient treatment was the controlling factors. They no longer are. Some of the things we really didn't work on become the controlling factors in the treatment plant. And so we'll have to put some money into those one of these days to deal with that, but not right now.
So my understanding of what Ms. Westfall is asking is the septage collection deposits and integrating it into the system, is that going to take away from single-family residence equivalents in the future?
Well, it takes some of the capacity in the digesters, which may even right now be one of our controlling parts of the plant. But it's something that we can live with for quite a while, and the number of single-family equivalents before we really have to deal specifically with the digesters is large enough, I think, that it really won't affect it that much.
Great.
Okay, couple more questions. How long has the new plant been fully operational? I know we're just getting our notice of completion, but has it been operating?
Well, we have brought, from the beginning of the construction, we brought different components online. The new MBR was brought online in like October. It started beginning to be put online, and through December we were bringing it up, and so probably since...
It's been a 6-month process.
Yeah, it has. It's been a long process. So yeah, I think we're fully operational now, but I don't know that I could have said that 2 months ago. I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure I understand what the correlation is to septage.
I don't remember, to tell you the truth. It's just one of those questions she wrote down, so I thought I would ask it. Lift stations.
Who's she? I thought these were your questions.
This was Eileen Cooper. These are her questions. A question about lift stations.
What does that have to do with septage?
Roto-Rooter was paid by the city to pump out whatever it was they took from the lift stations. So the question is, what is it that they're pumping out of the lift stations and why? Is that septage?
No. No. What happens is, because of the age of some of the lift stations, they get a crust on the top, and that has to be pumped out, broken up and pumped out. We don't have the facilities to pump that out. We're trying to reconstruct the lift stations so that we don't have to do it the same way we have been. But because, like I said, because of the age of the lift station, that it's what we do to clean these lift stations out once or twice a year.
If you had watched The Undercover Boss last night on television, you'd see exactly what they did.
Eileen Cooper called me at home this weekend, and I went through a lot of this with her.
Right.
And she seemed very satisfied after we were done with our conversation.
Did she ever figure out her septic problem at her private residence in the county?
She didn't bring that up.
Of course not.
Was that resolved, Rich?
I don't know.
I think that was resolved. I don't know.
Finer, so I don't know.
All right, I'm getting off topic here.
People shouldn't be calling you at home. That's...
Oh, they usually don't.
Yeah, I know.
Are there further council questions, clarifications?
I'd like to hear.
The question I have, Jim, is will you be building a tank to deposit the septic in and then to feed it into the system?
Yeah, we have
The harbor wants to sell you one.
I heard that. They called me. I said,
I
I
know.
don't need a 500,000 gallon tank.
He called
I
me,
don't
I
think
told
I
him
have
to call
room for
you.
The idea is you have a grinder, and then it was our thought that we would have a tank that went with this honey monster. So
And does it have to be certified by the state?
no, in our new permit, they allow us to take septic. They had some rules for it, but basically they are encouraging it because it's a problem throughout the state. There's less and less places that can take it because all their treatment plants are having problems.
One or two more questions real quickly. Who's going to be paying the $200,000 initially? How is that going to be paid?
We are.
Meaning from the sewer
sewer
fund?
enterprise.
Sewer fund.
Okay, and you say that,
It's a loan from the water fund to the sewer fund.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
okay, it's a loan? All right. And you say the payback is in 1 to 1.5 years? What were the figures on how, I didn't see any figures on what you're going to be charging.
What I wanted you to do tonight is allow me to look into, I can tell you what I've been told is that they right now pay 12 cents a gallon where they take it. And so I haven't come up with what we would charge.
So the staff has to come back with a recommendation for us.
What's the basic?
I didn't read anything about a water loan. On my staff report, it says allow the application of sewer funds to construct the septic receiving station.
It's in the budget.
It was something that came after the staff report. We discussed it after the staff report was written.
So the sewer fund would be paying for it, but by way of paying back an initial loan to get it done.
Why do we have to do the loan?
Well,
Cash flow.
It's going to be like a line of credit if we need it, borrow it, but it's not going to happen until July 1.
Okay, so the funds from the sewer fund are generated by the ratepayers who pay their sewer bills, correct?
No, they'll be generated by,
Yes.
The sewer bills are paid for, that is in the sewer fund.
but the funds that will go to pay for this, the installation of this unit, will be septic haulers will pay us to drop their septic.
It'll be like a new business enterprise where we'll actually get revenue.
The thought here is that,
About revenue, I'm just worried about the ratepayers.
no, the ratepayers will not be paying this.
Okay,
What'll happen is that, we believe, but we have to figure out exactly what we would charge after we've done some work on this, that we would recoup the cost. It would pay back whatever bridge loan we had to borrow to actually buy the equipment initially. It would pay that back, plus bring additional revenue into the wastewater treatment plant, which is needed to offset the cost or keep the costs lower for all
Ratepayers.
users.
okay.
Thank you.
The more users, the lower, or at least we can sustain the costs.
I have a question for Bob. Would this also require going back, visiting the ordinance regarding septage or associated regulations or language in our sewer ordinance?
In that huge document?
No, that was just for industrial dischargers, which really is pretty much defined to mean people who put waste directly into the lines. This is a whole separate
Receiving station.
Receiving station, flow chart, separate set of rates. So it's not involved in that ordinance. Whether we'll need an ordinance probably to set the rate. And there may be some associated regulations that we want to impose on what gets brought in.
Are you sure you're going to call it a rate? Wouldn't it be a fee?
Fee, yeah.
Because a rate, to me, says 218.
Actually, 218 speaks in terms of fees. So a rate, fee, it's more just a question of how much per a certain quantity, a certain flow.
Okay, but it's not subject to 218?
No, this is a fee for service that is a direct fee to the septage haulers.
Mr. Mayor, I had one more comment.
Sure.
And that is that some cities use waste-to-energy plants, and I think use sludge as a source of energy. Is there something on the boards in the future that our staff has considered where this may come into play?
We've actually looked at that. When I was the mayor, Charles and I met with city staff and with solid waste to talk about that and what might be a more efficient way to use our sludge. And at this point in time, we don't have the facilities or the revenue source to make that happen. Or maybe not even the end user that would make it worthwhile. It'd be a whole nother venture. But the sludge has nothing to, well, I don't know. Does the septage become sludge?
Yes.
Yes.
It does become sludge. It isn't very good sludge for energy, but it's sludge.
Is that gonna, so I'm assuming the fee we'll charge will recover the hauling fees that we have to?
It will be, it's a good thing for the sewer fund to do this.
Okay.
Is there public comment on this issue? Ricardo?
Yeah.
You're not asleep yet?
No, hey,
Welcome.
it's rough for me. Never did school very well. Anyways, kind of talking, this is kind of directed more towards Mrs. Westfall. It's kind of an asset to have that sewer treatment plant here, or the septic tank here to accept that stuff. If you can, I would get the biggest tank you can get. And I know you don't, you're kind of looking at me like that, but the reason being is a lot of people are hauling this stuff over the hill, and a lot of guys from Fortuna and all that would probably start bringing it here, I would think, and maybe some of the counties north of us. And you could also be charging other counties to bring it here, and you'd be making money off it. It'd be good for Crescent City. So, I mean, kind of as a bonus for Crescent City, I would go with the biggest tank that you could get and allot the most amount of money that you can allot for it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is a really good suggestion.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Ricardo. Other public comment? Welcome.
One of the only things I'd really
Your name?
caution everyone, Johnny Jacobs, Bayside Excavation,
And is that the county?
County.
Okay.
One of the things I'd caution on is, like Ricardo said, Eureka doesn't accept it, Arcata doesn't accept it, McKinleyville doesn't accept it. So everyone from down there brings it up to Roto-Rooter because they have fields up in Roseburg and, up Goose Bay that they haul it and transport up there after they treat it. So if we start getting all these people to come in here, are you guys going to have to set limits of who's going to be hauling into here? Or is it going to inundate it to where we have to cut it all off because we don't have no growth factor left for our housing to go into? You can buy the biggest tank in the world, like he said, but is it going to do you any good? You can only hold so much, and you got to process it. So I know Jim and them guys are good at their figures and their number, and they're going to watch out for it. But as you as board members, that's one thing I'd really throw out there for you to watch, because you are going to get inundated by a bunch of people if you go to do this. And so you want to make sure that our system will process and handle it without leaving us back like we was with moratoriums, because we don't have a sewer plant that'll handle everything that we're throwing at it. I'd rather skip this stuff and have it to where we got the growth of the houses and the apartment buildings and complexes rather than the pumping units.
Great.
Boy, Johnny, that
Thanks,
is a
John.
really good point, and I'd like to know if anybody knows why those other municipalities are not doing this.
I can tell you.
Good.
I've talked to them before, because when you bring these things in, say a tank comes in there and you dump 5,000 gallons, that's an instant surge.
Yeah.
You run it through this muff monster and stuff and it grinds it up. so it's faster decomposing. Breaks it down so it can be treated. When you get those surges, it throws off the chemical balance of the plant, and so they have to stay on their toes to bring it up. If you get 4 tanks at a time, because you got no control over when we're going to bring them into you, everything gets thrown out of whack.
Okay.
So then they have to bring it back down to scale after they get those all dumped. So you just about have to have a surge tank to try to slow it down and regulate the thing is going in there to make it swell up and then swell down.
Okay.
So if you get all these, say you have a bad day like Rotorua gets inundated by the city of Brookings, that they have to go and pump out all this stuff, all these tanks, your whole system gets overwhelmed. And so none of them have that capability. They just don't deal with it. They just says, no, we're not, it's just too hard, too cumbersome, we're not going to do it. So that's why they refused all haulers. I mean, there's guys that haul clear from down there at, not Fort Bragg, but Fortuna and stuff, clear up to Rotorua to dump it.
Fortuna doesn't allow it? Because their plant's relatively new.
No, not unless they've just started doing it, because all of them down there bring it up north here. So it's something you want to be aware of and watch, because it's kind of like opening Pandora's box.
Thanks, Johnny, I appreciate it.
I have a question, though, Jim. We talked about this a little bit, and we did talk about we can have possibly having contractual arrangements so that we're not going to just open it. You know, you'd have a contract with particular haulers to provide that service,
Yeah.
and we would limit our, how much we could accept.
And Johnny's correct. If you just let it come in at the rate it's coming in, it's a problem. But we have what the proposal is, we'll have a tank that will be able to hold several loads, and then we'll meter it back into the plant at a certain rate, providing food for the plant at the same time, trying to generate some additional revenue, and providing a service to the septic haulers in the region.
Is there any, when you go back out and start looking at all of this, is there any way to survey the region to find out, as you're planning, who would use it and what their anticipated usage would be?
Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll talk to all the potential users in the region first, see what there is here. And then I think what Johnny is saying is true. There's not very many plants up and down the coast that can accept it right now. We have the reason that Kyle mentioned that we have one of the nicest and best plants up and down the coast is most of these coastal communities haven't been fixing their plants because there's not a lot of growth in the communities, where if you go inland, those communities have been rebuilding their plants because there's been a lot of houses in those areas. But along the coast, you don't see that, and that's the problem that these haulers face, is most of these plants up and down the coast can't deal with it, and we certainly couldn't have before we did our plant rebuilding.
Well, I still think this gets back to capacity. I know when we were in the workshops in 2007, it was mentioned that we might get an extra 1,000 SRFE equivalents. Do we know what our capacity actually is now that we're getting completion?
I think Jim has tried to explain that actually several times, that there's many, many variables involved to do that calculation. So
I understand, but there should be some kind of a range. Are we talking 5,000? Are we talking 10,000? What is our range, Jim?
Donna, I was been thinking about that, and I remember going through all those workshops, and the state said that our plant had to look into 20 years into the future, and they predicted the growth. I don't remember the number. It's written down, and we haven't seen that growth.
No.
That was one of the arguments that I had, is that are we going to grow that much? And the answer is probably no, but it could be yes. That the state said that it had to be built for 20 years of growth, and they set the growth. What I see this is a substitute for new houses right now. We can earn some money for the rest of the residents that are paying these rates after we pay for that tank. That money is going to start to go in the sewer fund.
Yeah.
That's going to help us maintain it. And if we have 100 home subdivision that's coming online,
Yeah.
and we have to reduce what we can take, we can say no more. I just see it as a substitute right now because there's no new homes coming up.
Well stated, Mr. Nina.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to emphasize, and this is partly in response to what Johnny said, is that we can develop different arrangements with different septic haulers so that, for example, local haulers might have a contract to accept whatever they bring us, but haulers from outside the area would only be as capacity is available. So they wouldn't be able to count on it every single time to be able to dump when they want, how much they want. So it's all within our control.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Sure,
We have public comment?
I don't know if we ended it.
Is there more public comment? Okay, seeing none, back to the council.
I'll start. Like I just said, I see it as a plus. We have our people at the plant, and they can certainly judge how much needs to come in, and like our attorney said, we can control the amount that's coming in there daily or weekly, and has new homes come online. If we ever reach the point to full capacity, which I certainly wish we would someday, because that's going to help our funds, our sewer funds, I think it's a plus right now, especially as a ratepayer for sewer. In a year and a half or so, I'm going to see more money going into that sewer fund, even though it's not brand new houses. It's septic, but it's still more money coming in for the rest of us. I just see it as good right now. And we can stop it whenever we want. I imagine with 30 days notice or whatever.
Mr. Mayor?
I would move to authorize staff to come up with a plan for the construction of a septic receiving station at the treatment plant. And just, acknowledging that we agree that it needs to be monitored, and I'd like to see a survey done on possible users, what their possible usage would be, and come up with something that really makes sense for this council to approve.
Second.
Okay, so that's different than the language in item number 15, which is to approve the purchase of a septic receiving station.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We're good with that. We'll come back with a plan with some more information and before we make this purchase.
Okay.
I would like a plan first. There is no, we've been provided with nothing.
Okay, I was just clarifying. Okay, so we'll table.
Well,
you have a direction.
we have a direction.
Very good. Thank you. So we'll move to item number 12. At this time, consider and approve the resolution entitled Resolution 2011-24, a resolution submitting a request to PERS for an extension of temporary appointment for the interim city manager. Janine.
Well, there have been a few circumstances that have, I've expended more hours than I at first anticipated. We had a
So you'd like to
tsunami.
just start full-time, right?
I've expended more hours than I first anticipated, and as we first thought through the contract and through
What she's trying to
this.
say is that she's been a volunteer.
My hours will, according to this, will be maximized approximately June 24th. That's definitely an approximation. And we need to request an extension from PERS for me to go over my hours by June 30th, before June 30th.
Great.
If not, volunteer a lot more.
I would just like to offer, I think, this council's gratitude for your service and support on an interim basis. You're a big league player, and you've done a great job, and you were there when we needed you, and we need you some more.
Thank you. I've actually it's been enjoyable, and I'm looking forward to a few more weeks.
Right.
I'd like to move to approve a resolution entitled Resolution 2011-24, resolution submitting a request to PERS for an extension of a temporary appointment for the interim city manager.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there public comment on this matter? Okay, not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you pull the vote?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Shalom?
Yes.
Councilmember Westfall?
Yes.
Councilmember Ania?
Yes.
And Mayor Slurt?
That's a yes. Thank you. Unanimous, and I'm not surprised. Thanks, Janine, and welcome back.
Well, I will be if you take the next one and approve my contract.
Okay, so new business, item number 13, consider and approve a resolution entitled Resolution 2011-25, a resolution approving an amended employment agreement with the interim city manager.
So move.
Second. Where's
Motion
the,
second.
does
And-
this give an ending date?
I believe it does. What'd you say?
Because what I'm seeing is, well, what I'm seeing is it just says that it expires June 30th.
No, I think we put in December 31st, 2011, just in case something catastrophic happened.
I saw it somewhere.
Did you?
It's
Yeah.
December, it's number 17, item 17.
Okay. And that doesn't need to be in the resolution?
No, I'm just extending my hours. I can't work over 960 hours
Till the end of June.
till the end
Then
of
it
June.
starts over.
Then it starts again on July 1st. Are you reminding me?
No.
So we have a motion
In a second.
and a second, okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay.
I still don't understand, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The resolution says that you started employment with us January 18th, and your employment agreement expires June 30th. That doesn't, to me, doesn't,
I could only work 960 hours in a fiscal year from July
Right.
1st for any PERS
It
employer.
doesn't, yeah,
What-
what
what-
she's saying, I don't know, Kelly, it could be more clear, but the resolve part says that the council is approving the amended employment agreement. So the dates are not specified in the resolution, but they are specified in the amended employment
okay.
agreement.
If that's fine,
It's not as clear as it could be, but I think it works.
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Misunderstood
I
what you
just
said.
didn't want it to look like we were ending your employment June 30th,
Right.
which is kind of what it was saying to me.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Well, I
Okay, Madam
appreciate you
Clerk.
pointing that out, because I guess when you know what it is, you don't look at it the same.
Madam Clerk, if you'll pull the vote, please.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Ania?
Yes.
Councilmember Shalom?
Yes.
Councilmember Westfall?
Yes.
And Mayor Slurt?
Yes. Thank you, that's unanimous. And again, congratulations, Janine.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, just to clarify, the agreement itself terminates on December 31, 2011. So-
Yeah, that's what she pointed out. Mr. Mayor, I would like to table items 16A and B so that staff can do some more due diligence for this council before we move forward.
Very good. That's number 16, though. the
We already did
initial
14.
one. Right.
14 was,
14.
No, we did 15. We did.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at
I'll agree to 16.
the wrong one.
I'll agree to 16.
Well, you want to deal with that while we're there?
Sure.
Item 16A and B is to consider a request for Global Premier Development, Inc. to support the home program application for funding. And I mean, I think I had some questions about who the entities are and their management and the locale. So to
And
me-
also the previous agreement that we had for that parcel. And I think we just want a little more information before we make any decision to move
I
forward.
think it'd be nice to have a presentation by the developer.
Yes.
Yes,
Very good.
that too, if we choose to move forward.
So can we give a directive to table this at this time?
Yes.
Very good, so directed. Thank
For
you.
the next staff meeting, or I mean, city meeting, council meeting.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll return to number 14,
Thank you.
which is authorize city staff to request proposals for sludge hauling and disposal from the wastewater treatment plant. Eric, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, as you guys are aware, and as we've discussed previously this evening, there is an upcoming franchise agreement That is a new franchise agreement with Delnor Ecology for the waste pickup and disposal for Delnor County. This will go into effect on July 1st. Within this agreement, there are increased fees for the sludge disposal. On May 2nd, 2011, the council authorized us to look at different options for us to self-haul it. Some of those options that we reviewed were for the city to haul it to the transfer station, for the city to possibly haul it to Hambros, maybe to Curry Transfer, or to haul it all the way to the Dry Creek landfill. In reviewing these options, there became a few things that became very clear, that in order to do the self-haul, the city would need to purchase some capital equipment. This equipment would include, the special trucks such as drop box trucks, have licensed drivers to operate them. This increased the liabilities. There was the options of purchasing trailers that would haul bins to these different sites. These things, as well as the time and labor to do that, really made it clear that these weren't very cost-effective options, or there's at least increased cost. It wasn't quite as simple as what we thought. We worked very closely with the Solid Waste Management Authority, Kevin Hendricks, Ted Ward in particular, had several meetings with them to discuss some of these options. And some of the other issues that became apparent were the permitting issues. To haul it to the solid waste transfer station itself, in their permit with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and Air Quality and whatnot, it states that in order to receive sludge, they have to receive it in an airtight watertight / odor-tight container. We tried to do some research on this. These containers are not exactly the easiest containers to find, so they're very cost prohibitive in that sense. When we looked at some of the other options, such as hauling it to Hambros for the consolidation of the sludge there and transferring possibly into their chip trucks, or other options such as that, it became apparent that there might be permitting issues where they at least need to obtain a permit to actually do the consolidation of the sludge at that site, because they're not a permitted trash waste site consolidation facility. But what other thing became apparent is when the Solid Waste Management Authority was helping us work through some of the permit issues, they also reviewed the Joint Powers Agreement with the city. This is the agreement that basically started the Solid Waste Management Authority. In this agreement, there is some very clear language, and I'll actually go to a letter that was written to the city from the Director of the Solid Waste Management, and I'll just kind of paraphrase a few of the statements that he made that was within the letter that's within your packet tonight. He states, and again, this is just his opinion, but that the wastewater treatment facility should be independent of the Delnor Solid Waste Management Authority. He went on to say that the city may pursue, in his opinion anyway, any options it finds to be beneficial, including direct contract for services from another company. So with this in light, I feel, and we've discussed it with the city attorney, Bob Black, as well, that the best option for the city financially wise, as with any case, which is why you go out to bids, is to go ahead and request an RFP, which would be an independent contract outside of the franchise agreement. This would allow all potential suitors to bid on the project, which would give us the lowest cost. So that's really what we're requesting tonight. The current cost in the franchise agreement is stated at $150 per ton. At this point, we have no reason to believe it will be less than that. So come July 1st, it probably will be $150 per ton. We expect the cost from the RFP to be somewhere around $110 per ton. This would produce about a savings of $50,000 a year.
Not a savings, but less of an expense.
Less of an expense.
Yeah. And I also sit on the Solid Waste Ad Hoc Committee, and we attempt to have weekly meetings, and have had more meetings than I've cared to remember in the past year and a half. But we address the issue on the ad hoc committee level as well, and with Recology Del Norte. Kind of feel bad for them because they, anticipated that revenue when they generated their rates. And so that's a big chunk of money that they will not be recouping. So I'm not sure how that's going to all pan out at the moment. But we did find through this research that the JPA does say that the Crescent City Wastewater Treatment Facility is outside of the franchise agreement. And I think it's a good thing. I think we should definitely go out to bid.
Yes, I would agree. It definitely is the best thing for the city.
Yes.
How quickly could we make this happen, since July 1st is around the corner?
As quick as possible, running the dates. The RFP, we'll put it together over the next couple of weeks. It should be out for about 30 days. So let's see, somewhere around August, 1st of August, somewhere in there.
August, because we still need to bring it to council to approve.
And then take it back to council. So mid-August, probably go into effect sometime September-ish, somewhere in that neighborhood. There also might need to be some time allocated for the proposal to acquire any capital equipment that they might need to perform this service. So that'll need to be taken into consideration as well.
And also, with that being said, would we then have a temporary agreement with somebody to haul the sludge after July 1?
I would think that we would still retain the services of the franchise agreement at that point.
But my point is, if we are not in his franchise, we will have to contract with him directly, I believe.
We are in the contract.
I believe it's still an option. It's part of that franchise agreement.
It's part of the contract. Yeah.
Part of the franchise agreement with
franchise
Recology.
agreement between Recology and Solid Waste, it's mentioned in there as a service.
That is a service for an option for the city.
How can we drop it, though? Can we just give 30 days notice when we're ready? Or how do you drop it?
Yeah.
Just 30 days notice, we get out of that. I have one question.
Please.
If we contract with someone, do they have to have those airtight containers, or there's a different?
No, that would be only if they were to haul it to the transfer station.
If they're not, they're going to go to.
Which that's certainly an option that they could do, although I don't see it as a very cost-effective option. So they'll probably haul it directly to White City.
Which they'll use a tanker truck.
Which they would probably use a drop box truck is probably similar to what they have currently, although they might have a special trailer where maybe they could haul two, or they will also, as the contractor, look at the most cost-effective options and present that in a proposal to us. So it could be, loading it into a trip truck or something to that effect.
I still think you should clarify on if we have now told Recology that our treatment facility is not in the franchise, what that means for their relationship with the city.
Yes, and we will
Because,
definitely.
like, for instance, when they pick up for the prison, and I might be wrong, I don't know, but this is what I'm thinking out loud. When they pick up for the prison, that's part of the franchise agreement now, but they also have to contract directly with the prison.
Correct. And as far as the legal side of it, I'll probably defer to the city attorney, Bob Black, as far as whether we're in or out of the franchise and what will happen as of July 1st.
Well, he's also the solid waste attorney.
So we can answer it now.
I don't know that there's any conflict involved, because the relationship is between us and Recology. And so I think we pick up the phone and ask them whether they're willing to haul the sludge without a specific agreement, but just under the franchise. And if they're willing to, then.
It's an agreement
Because
between.
it's not in the franchise, he doesn't have to pay franchise fees on it, too. So that's another thing that was brought up.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but I believe it is in the franchise that, and this is between an agreement between the Solid Waste Management Authority and Recology, that they are to provide a service for sludge hauling. Now, if we choose to be a customer in that and within the franchise agreement, I would think so be it. However, within the Joint Powers Authority agreement, we also have the option to do what we want.
Outside.
To go outside of that.
So
and do
we're
what we
not
want
going
with sludge.
outside until we have another hauler and another contract that's acceptable to
Okay.
us.
And then we will just choose
I
not
just
to be a
know
customer.
that in the discussions, those things have been brought up, so
Rights for
just
Yeah.
dot your i's and cross your t's.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there other comments or questions?
Not for Eric, just Janine.
Yes.
I know it's been a long day, but could you speak into the microphone, because I couldn't hear what you said.
Okay, I was just saying that the franchise agreement allows for it.
Okay.
It's for sludge. So we making an assumption, whether we'll back that up, and we'll do so, a little bit more due diligence on our part, but assuming that since it was allowed for under the franchise agreement, we would continue business as usual.
All right.
At the same time, we would be processing an RFP to go out to bid, because the JPA agreement, basically, and establishing the Solid Waste Management Authority allows the city to deal with sludge as an independent.
Right, and I agree with you. I just think that because we've said now that we're not in the franchise allows for it. But if we're not in the franchise, just what does that mean in the interim?
Very good.
What's that?
Is there public comment?
Sign language from the audience.
Is there public comment? Okay, back to the council.
I'll make a motion that we go out for an RFPs for the hauling and disposal of the wastewater treatment plant sludge.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously, 4-0. Thank you. I've had a request if we could take a 5-minute break before we enter into item number 17. So if we can meet back here in 5 minutes prompt, we'll go back to work.
Maybe less than 5.
Bless you.
Break after 4.5 hours.
new business item, agenda item number 17, which is a presentation and scheduling of a public hearing for the fiscal year 2011-2012 budget for the City of Crescent City, Crescent City Redevelopment Agency, and Crescent City Housing Authority. Take action as necessary and appropriate. Janine.
Yes. Oh, speaking to the mic. What you have before you is basically a culmination of 2 workshops with the City Council and the public, and also staff meeting and coming up with recommendations to reduce the deficit that was before you initially at $179,247 in the general fund. And what you have before you is balanced. It's very tenuous, but it's balanced, it's fragile. It's what, with the information that we have currently. The major decisions between last workshop and now, I've listed before you by department. And we are here to answer questions. I've asked the department heads also to be in attendance to answer any questions. And basically, a couple of things I did want to point out. In the swimming pool, I met with Matt, and we're looking at ideas to put the swimming pool on Facebook, have a Facebook, and also looking at the hours to make it more conducive for parents that are working for swim lessons, so that more kids may participate if swim lessons were at a little bit later, started a little bit later. So we're looking at those items. We're also, there was a removal of the finance analyst position that I had initially proposed. I still think it's a good idea. I think it's something we should consider down the road, but I think in the interim period right now, that we might be able to do some reorganization with the clerical and accounting staff that we have, and make a few changes downstairs in with the billing, and have some more shared and some more some additional duties, and kind of redistribute the work. So I'm looking at the billing clerks and the clerical support staff that are down in the city hall on the bottom floor there, that take in the payments and the billings and things, and doing some rearranging of positions. They would all stay with their current positions, but changing a little bit about some of the workload. And because we've done less in planning and less in building inspection and those kinds of areas, and just changing around some duties a little bit and do some cross-training. So it's an idea that I've been working, that I will work with staff at City Hall to effectuate if that's the desire of the council. And the 2 other funds that we were looking at tonight would be also that did have some deficits. One was the sewer fund, and the other one, we're going to use some reserves to do some additional upgrades for the water treatment. So those 2 funds are also now balanced with what's before you. So I'm here to answer questions.
Yeah, a $2.70 per month increase for ratepayers on the sewer fund. Mm-hmm. How much will that generate?
What page are you referring to, Ms. Wessel?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, page 4, under enterprise funds, 413 sewer fund.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
About 200,000 is what we put in.
200,000 per month?
No, total.
Per year?
Yes.
And that's based on 4.5 CPI since July '08. Okay, just anticipate protests on that. I think the public ratepayers would prefer to see labor costs decreased than to see their rates raised anymore.
Well, I think it's going to come to a time you're going to have to, that was in the rate study, to do these eventual rate increases.
Be prepared. That's
Well,
all I'm telling you.
isn't this $2.70 versus the original $10?
Yes. Yes.
So we actually had planned for a $10 increase.
Yes, I know.
We've had one $10 increase, and then we had one that was less than $10, and now they're saying this one will be $2.70 instead of $10.
Yeah.
And what's driving it?
The cost of operating the plant.
Thank you. Which has something to do with energy, right?
Well, yes, there's energy costs.
Labor costs.
And hauling
hauling
costs.
expense.
And hauling costs. I
Well,
mean, all
so-
those things are going up.
This plan also freezes one position upon vacancy, so there's some labor costs in it. We can't. forget-
At the sewer plant?
Yes, it says it in here.
Yes.
Okay.
They're gonna
Right,
freeze a
same paragraph.
position, and so we can't anticipate power costs. It went up 18% to everyone. And that hauling was brand new for the sludge. So,
What we need to do is encourage development to help.
well, actually, that septic would help after a year or so, right? When we start making money on that, there's nothing to say we can't hold off on any future increases.
I'm just saying, the more users, the more development that occurs is going to help.
You know,
keep
I'd like
the
to
rates
comment
low.
on that while you're mentioning it. I was talking to a developer the other day, and he said that it would probably behoove the city to consider some kind of a plan for developers regarding their sewer hookup fees, that maybe you do like a 50% down and 50% on the sale of the home, or just some kind of creative financing to help developers so that they can get out of this horrible rut that they're in. I don't know if it's possible.
No, I think it's a.
But
we've had
it's
that
something that we should maybe consider.
I think it's something that staff is already well aware of, and we've been discussing it and thinking about ways to bring some plan before you to encourage development, so that people, we don't want to make it cost prohibitive
Right.
to be.
Well, this is somebody that actually was going to start a subdivision, and then with, the way things have gone, they can't afford to put all those fees up front. So he said that it would have made it so much easier if they could have done some kind of a plan where 50% down and then 50% when they sell the home. I don't know how that all
Right.
works out, but
I think we're interested in coming up with plans, and if somebody has an idea, to provide it to us, and we'll be glad to look at it and review it.
Yeah, anything creative that will help development and keep our costs to the ratepayers down would, I think, be highly appreciated. But also, let's remember that the hookup fees were to go towards the expansion portion of the sewer system. And right now, the ratepayers are on the hook for the full 100% of the SFR loan. And hookup fees seem to be used as bargaining chips oftentimes.
I don't understand what you mean. Bargaining chips, how?
And when somebody comes to the city and wants to have a perk, I'll do this if you'll do that. That's what I mean by bargaining chip.
I think that's what Ms. Shalong was just referring to, is the council getting together with the staff and put a policy together so there's a uniformity in how that's approached.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to prohibit people from wanting to develop.
Right.
Just so it's clear, only the city council could waive or bargain hookup fees. And the only time that has happened in memory is the Habitat for Humanity decision of about 4 years ago, I want to
Yes.
say.
And that was in exchange for helping us with our HUD housing and building
Yeah.
walkways for
That
the
was just-
handicap.
That was one house.
That was one house, yes.
4 years ago.
No, yeah, we haven't had any in the city, but they're still there. Yeah, there's only been that. Right.
All right.
That's the only time.
Yeah,
3 years
nobody
ago.
else can do that except us.
Okay. What about Albert Seafood? How much is he paying towards his hookup connections? Are we getting revenue from him now?
I don't, he just, not until.
Is he online?
I don't think.
Yes, we started a couple months ago.
Did he start?
He's getting charged the monthly rate. For existing connection, so it's not a new connection.
Well, that's a whole, the harbor, that's the whole, the connection itself, are you talking about what does he pay to, the,
Yeah, what
He
is
is online
he
now and he's a
paying?
customer.
whatever his rate is?
His sewage is equivalent to the standard residential sewage, so these charges are like commercial rate.
Light commercial.
Light commercial. And lastly, the power costs, hikes in power costs, why aren't we talking with Pacific Power to see if there's some way that we can get those costs reduced?
Pacific,
I don't,
Pacific Power is regulated by the PUC.
Yeah.
And they don't negotiate rates with users. There's a rate established and everybody pays that unless you're a low-income person. You can apply for, what's it called,
HEAP or.
care funds, I think, home care funds or whatever.
They used to be LEAP or HEAP, and
Yeah, I think it's called their CARE program now.
they've changed the name a couple times.
And the rest of the ratepayers pay for that. The only thing that Pacific Power allows is public hearings about 5 hours from here when they propose a rate increase like they did the 18%. The hearing wasn't ready. And they do take letters, but
They don't have, I don't think they serve Reading.
they're not ready.
The
I
only,
forget
the
where it was,
only
but it was-
counties they serve in
Wairika.
California
Wairika.
are
Wairika.
Del Norte and Siskiyou.
Wairika was the city.
Well,
MoDOT.
if
MoDOT.
the PUC, Public Utility Commission, is a government agency,
Part of Shasta.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Pacific
and MoDOT
Power.
and Shasta.
Pacific Power is a private company dealing with a government agency, you're telling me we can't get them all at the table to sit down and renegotiate this?
It's a public utility. It's not a private company.
Okay, but the PUC is a public,
Public Utilities Commission.
isn't it a government agency?
They
Yeah.
govern,
PUC?
yeah, they govern their laws and regulations.
Okay. So if they're going to approve an increase, what's to say that we can't ask for a decrease?
Well, Pacific Power is an investor-owned utility, so they have stockholders. They have a board of directors, president, chairman of the board, et cetera. They're in the business to make money and pay dividends to their stockholders. And so I don't know that they would have any incentive to want to cut a special deal for the city of Crescent City sewer plant or any other. That's just not in their interest. They would basically say no. You know of any reason? They might, if we're a large enough scale user, we don't have to buy our power from Pacific Power. We could go into the open market and ask for other power generators if they'd like to wheel their power to us. But they have to pay a tariff to Pacific Power to deliver that power, but it might be worth exploring that option.
Explore what?
But in the big scheme of
The
things.
option of taking our power at the wastewater treatment plant from somebody other than Pacific Power.
But in the big scheme of things, the wastewater treatment plant is a small user.
Yeah, I don't know that we're
relative
big
to-
enough to command the market. I think the prison went into the market to look for other power suppliers. I don't know if they ended up with somebody other than Pacific Power or not. But they're much bigger than the wastewater treatment plant.
Well, and Pacific Power has been very helpful in.
I'm just saying what are possible, those are possible options. But having them deliver, having them give us a special break is unlikely because that would have to come out of their shareholders' pockets.
And it's not going to help us for this budget.
No, that would be, I'm sure, a long-term thing.
Other questions?
Nope.
I guess I just wanted to talk about the process that we're embarking on again here tonight. It is a transparent process, and I'm sorry that once again, there's no public here. The public seems to have opinions, but when they're offered an opportunity to show up to participate and be involved and offer their input, it doesn't happen, and then we get letters to the editor that has nothing to do with the reality of what this council has been working through in the last 2 budget workshops. I have to also say that I was a little bit annoyed when I saw on the Channel 3 Eureka News a week ago Sunday night that the Crescent City Council is again proposing to operate with something like a $350,000 deficit. So it was a slow news day, and they were reading something old from an old newspaper, apparently.
I saw that too. I was just like, what?
Yeah, it was annoying. But to be sure, the revenues are down, the sales taxes are down about 31%. We're in a great recession. People are referring to it as the new normal. And for me, everything needs to be on the table for us to get this job done.
I think there may be public comment. There may be public comment. Just so.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll.
I just wanted to point out, there were a couple of directives that the staff kind of took as the standard or the bar that we weren't going to go over, and that was to maintain the $950,000 or thereabouts, that number in the reserve. So we did eliminate the deficit with that in mind, because my biggest concern, and I believe one of Ken's many concerns, is that we have enough cash flow to make payments. And in order to do that, I think we need at least $900,000, $900 to $1 million in reserves, because at any one time, in 1 month, you could be expending, a lot of those funds, and not receive them from a grant for 6 months. So we need a reserve in order to pay our bills.
Now, in your report, you had identified 80% cash on hand. So are you saying something different than that now?
No, that in order for that 950, that leaves us about 760,000 would be just the minimal amount of cash for that.
Okay. And
I think Ken would concur. Okay.
and I would like to see us as a council achieve that objective. I think it is critical for the city, for the future and level of insurance.
So I have a couple of things. Why is there a $1,000 increase in the Wonder Bus?
That was because the Wonder Bus needs to deal with air quality control. And so all the partners have been asked to increase their contribution. The school district's actually going to contribute significantly more, but it's diesel and there's new regulations. And we haven't really put any money into the bus, and it's aging. So
could we, instead of cash, offer some mechanical?
The school district provides the mechanical, but for parts and those things.
Okay. I would like to move to fire. What is the $2,600 reduction in operating costs?
Just kind of across the board, 2 or 3 different line items, we just lower things down a little bit. I didn't know the program, most of that is like the what, I guess if we had a couple of significant gas, we spend a lot of code, we're going to come back and say we need to.
Okay.
It's not
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. And then
Thanks, Chief.
police, the elimination of one police officer, is that what you're, is this a new thing, or is this if the 70,000?
There, was it, did you move your microphone? We've been trying to figure out where that's coming from.
No, it just came from the mic.
Oh, okay.
This is after we left after the last workshop, staff met, department head staff met together and we all came up with ideas on how we were going to reduce the budget.
So my question.
And this is not the $70,000 position.
This is to eliminate a current police officer.
Yes. Currently vacant.
Currently vacant?
Yes.
I'd like to comment on that.
Well, that's news to me.
And the other one is if we do not receive the $70,000 from the COPS grant, the budget will be in deficit $70,000.
Sorry.
Please, Mr. Neal.
I wanted to comment on that. You know, I don't believe in cutting any police officer positions, and the chief had said at the last meeting that any additional cuts would have to be personnel, and he made good on that, on recommendation. But, you know, when it comes to law enforcement, we shouldn't rely on grants. Public safety is our number one thing. The $70,000 for the vacancy right now, I would suggest that we cut $50,000 and do away with the Visitors Bureau's contribution and take $22,600 from the RV shoreline capital improvements, of which there's $50,000 in there. And I'm saying $22,600 to replace the $2,600 from the fire department. That runs on a shoestring budget. And I know the department head there, Steve, is being nice, but there's use for that money. And that would be my recommendation, to fund that police officer position. Well, there's going to be some money saved because you have to advertise for it. If somebody has to go to the police academy, they're going to be making less wages. It takes a year to train someone. And I don't want to see that cut. And if the rest of the council doesn't want to cut those things, then I suggest we take it out of our reserves.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Ania, and I agree with you in concept regarding not cutting the police department, but how we do make up for it, I guess I probably don't agree in complete. But I wanted to clarify, aren't we really talking about two police positions?
There's one position that is still in there. We only removed one position. The other position has a $70,000 revenue attached to it. If the $70,000 doesn't come in, you have a choice, and the choices are eliminate the position, fund it through some other means,
right,
or pay for it with reserves.
Right, and I understood that. The new position is new to me. When I read this, I thought that was tied to the 70,000.
Well,
So this is a recent
happening.
I understand.
To me, what it really represents is it fair to say that the likelihood is we will not get reimbursed or get the grant, the $70,000 CHP grant? Likelihood.
I feel that it's highly competitive. I think Councilmember Ania was aware of this also, that, I mean, everybody's competing for this grant. I think it'll be highly competitive and very difficult.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is that we should be talking in terms of there's two police positions then.
Or funding it through some other means, yeah. The possibility of eliminating two, I'm recommending at the moment to eliminate one. We'll have better information in July whether or not.
Well, at the break, sorry to put you under the bus, Mr. Apperson, but Mr. Apperson told me that they have shifts where there's only one officer on duty. And I thought we had a policy that was not to happen.
Well, I would like to have an opportunity to sit down with the chief of police, because I have also staffing charts too that show sometimes we have additional officers on other shifts. So we need to discuss maybe staffing patterns or something. I'm not not just in this, but, you know, we need to have some discussions about staffing.
And
Regardless of this.
okay.
I understand the policy.
But the challenge does seem to be, is the PD always on a, was it a 312, 410, or 5/8 schedule?
Patrol's on the 12 system.
I believe that they're on 5/8s. For the detectives, they're on, like...
Detectives on 5/8, the sergeants and the lieutenant are on 410s, and patrol. The officers on 312s.
So it's a juggling act, and is that to cover the bases?
It is a juggling.
Do you mind going forward? I'm going to put you on the spot, but I can't listen back to the minutes and get everything accurate. Thanks.
How can I help?
Well, repeat yourself, first of all, so Robin can get it on the record.
The officers work 312s. I work 5/8 along with the detective. The lieutenant and the sergeants work 410s.
Okay.
So the challenge is to do a juggling act to cover the city on a 24/7 basis.
Well, it does cause creativity to manipulate the work schedules, yes.
I guess I also want to be realistic about, and we talked about at the last workshop, that there's a point where if we're spending $60,000, $70,000+ in overtime, we've just bought another police officer. Because I think what's, I understand in part, is that the officers are covering a lot of overtime because of the extracurricular situations that have occurred in the last year in particular.
That's correct. And I don't know what the future's going to represent from that as well.
So the challenge is how to cover the bases and not burn the officers out in the process. Isn't it also about having supervision? Wasn't that one of the objectives that we were?
Well, we must not forget the fact that in order for us to excuse ourselves from any type of liability, we should have a supervisor on 24 hours a day. We don't. The whole idea is to have as many supervisors on as much time during.
Why don't we? We have one sergeant right now?
One sergeant, one
corporal, one lieutenant, and one chief.
Correct. Correct.
So between the four of you, you can't cover?
Not 24/7. Because these sergeants are also working sergeants. They're also taking the shift. They're also being plugged into when officers call in sick. Officers, well, we don't go to training. We try to bring the training up here to alleviate some of the costs on that.
You've done a lot of out-of-area training, but some of it's been paid for.
That's correct. You know, so with that, we have to put other people in there as well. A lot of times, even though an officer works 312s, they don't work 312 straight. What they do is we have to put them in there, so we're trying to use them also as cover officers as well. So they don't come into work at 6 o'clock in the morning and leave at 6 o'clock at night. There are times in where they have to work over or come in late.
Why did we only get a 70% of the FTE for the SRO?
Because their only school session is 9 months a year.
Well, this is the first year that we were able to negotiate that. The other way was, I think it was 35,000.
Okay.
And we got 50%.
Yes.
So that officer goes, during the summer, he works patrol.
That's correct.
So you
So-
would expect the district to pay that.
Right.
So how much does that add to his budget?
$60,000. Well, that's the total cost that we're going to,
Yep.
when the chief of police and I went to the school district, we negotiated 70% of one full-time equivalent at an average salary as opposed to
Top or
the,
bottom?
you
Top
know,
salary.
but, so, and the actual overtime worked for any events that they would like to have that overtime or that officer in attendance.
That's good.
That was excellent.
Plus, it'll be flexible. If they want the officer there at night during the dances, they're going to start their workday later on during the day instead of having them there at 7:30 in the morning when they want them there and plus at night. So there's going to be restrictions on that as well.
They're going to actually schedule as opposed to just sort of, we need to do that for a dance Friday night.
So anyway, that's a great job on your part.
Yeah, thank you.
To go do that. Thank you. I'm concerned why we don't have any budget indicated for the K-9. Because,
I mean, we don't have, well, we've expended the funds for the K-9s. I think we're in the process of requesting.
Yes, we are. The funds that have been supplied to the city in the past expires June 30th.
Right, and you had reapplied to the foundation, right?
Yes, I have.
so I don't know why we wouldn't carry that, a line item for that, just like our neighbor, Mr. Henricks was doing for the solid waste, where he's putting in a number for a grant as a placeholder until it gets here.
Well, I wouldn't normally, unless I had a good reason to believe I had a number, or I haven't been provided any estimate about what is going to be provided. So,
Well, right now, what we're trying to do is put together the actual cost of the K-9 unit for the ending of June 30th. All of the costs that would cost, so it wouldn't cost the city a penny. That's what we're trying to do right now, put that together. And Ken has been very busy in putting this all together as well. So that includes the officer's salary, and that includes, you know, the 5% plus any type of trips that they need to be made for the benefit of the dog's health as well. So there were some of those things that were not included in the costs before that are going to be put in the costs as soon as we are done with it.
So when will we know?
Probably somewhere in July.
So the grant, the money expires June 30th?
That's correct.
So the city will just continue it until we hear?
City probably, I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm anticipating that we continue to have we have two dogs, right?
We do have two dogs. I'm
And
probably going to go ahead and retire Zeus June 30th as well. I mean, he could be extended a little bit, but not that much more after for the health of Zeus.
I guess I would take the position and assume that we're going to get something from the K-9 Foundation, and if you do your homework and put the numbers together, based on the goodwill that you've developed with them in the past, and the relationship you have that they've performed in the past, I believe that they'll perform again. And I just want to say that, you know, I personally witnessed a situation a couple weeks ago with the PD in the parking lot of Burger King from my office. There was a pretty hostile situation with a gentleman versus a woman and her son. And I was on the phone calling the PD, and up came the K-9 unit. And as soon as the dog came out, the whole situation was immediately neutralized. And it was not going to be a good situation had the dog not been there. So the value for the community and for the officers, I think, is huge.
It certainly is a deterrent when you bring a dog out into any situation like that, and where it does escalate rather quickly. It certainly does cause it to be diffused in that way.
So the challenge I see is if we're down 2 officers, figuratively speaking, in the budget, the challenge is we have a basketball team and we need to have 5 people on the court at all times. And if somebody gets injured or fouls out, we need to have somebody to step up on the bench to replace them. So that's, to me, the ongoing challenge. And I think Ms. Long said that there was a previous council decision that was established that there would not be anything less than 2 officers on at all times, which I think.
Well, at least at night. I know that because when I first got on the council, there was only 1 officer working the night shift.
That sounds problematic. I also, I guess, want to, I think there's some variables associated with the PD. Crime. You can't predict when the crime's going to happen or how frequent. The fuel cost are something that you cannot control.
They could ride their bikes.
The ammunition and the vest cost have doubled, as I understand.
That's correct.
And the grants are down, to be sure.
The only grant, sir, the only grant that we do have is the Bulletproof Vest Grant, in where we have to put the full amount of the vest in the budget. However, we don't know when the federal government's going to come back and pay for half that as well. Unfortunately, there's still skirmish and/or war going on over there, so a lot of the vests and a lot of the ammunition does go over there, which obviously rises the cost of it. When I started as chief, it was only $4,500 where we needed to get the ammunition to qualify the officers per year. Now it's up to $7,500, and the vest has also doubled as well, up to $950.
Okay, so what we're doing is identifying several variables that are beyond your control. And then the officer overtime, sick leave, vacation, training, injuries, and/or court appearances. I mean, there's so many variables there, again, when you're talking about fielding a team. And then another variable that apparently you can't control is the dispatch and booking fees, which in '08 were $56,000.
The booking fees?
Right, $58,000, and today they're $165,000.
No.
Yes.
I think that's for both booking and dispatch.
I would think so.
Yeah, we didn't pay booking fees until
But whatever,
now.
the cost is going up
Right,
substantially.
because the state was paying the booking fees for the city.
Right, and now we have to, now
I
we are
budgeted for them, you know,
budgeting
who
for
knows
it.
what's going to happen at the end, BLF meeting.
Right, and we figured it'd be about $45,000 per year for the booking fees. If it comes back to us having to pay the state.
That's on top of the dispatch fee, which has gone from 58 to 86, or
80.
40-something to 86.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so again, I'm just trying to identify costs that you can't control. And then it's worth noting that the PD brings in $272,000 in revenues proposed for this year. It's over $250,000, and that's out of fines, penalties, grants, Department of Justice, Post.
And that would be,
Those are reimbursements.
those are reimbursements from our activity, yes. And that would be, that doesn't include the K-9 if we should bring that in as well.
So I guess.
When you expense your grant, do you put in the budget, the revenue as well? Even though you don't know when you're going to get it?
Yeah, we put that in there, yes.
Okay,
He just said that he only has one grant, and he doesn't know when he actually gets the revenue. So I just want to make sure if he's got the expense for the bulletproof vests in there,
They are.
that we have it in as a revenue as well.
do.
Yeah, and that one usually pays in October, because the federal government's year-end September, and they wait until the year-end to pay us.
Gotcha.
And we usually spend the money around the spring of the previous year.
So I think it's important to also note that the PD, the fire department, and other departments within the city, we are not doing preventive, or not preventive maintenance, but we're not dealing with the notion of replacing vehicles over time. I mean, right now, we're cut down to the bone, and we're not considering those things. And the point that I'm going to make is that it's just like the cultural center. At some point, it's going to come back and bite us because we didn't invest or set money aside for those kinds of considerations.
Well, we do set money aside for vehicles.
Not for the
It's not in
police
this
department.
budget.
I thought you were fixing that.
They're gonna pay fuel. I'm gonna come back with a plan. We don't have the plan developed yet.
Okay. Ken, regarding that statement that you just made, why don't we purchase the vests in the same time of the fiscal year that we get reimbursed?
Doug and I dealt with that, a couple months ago, because I brought it to him to try and put that off, but there's some question about when the federal government is going to allow it. So if we wait and purchase them in July, they may have already expended out the amount that they have as a ceiling. The problem that I have is if I could get from the Department of Justice a confirmation about what they're going to approve, I can book that as to revenue into the year.
Right.
But because they don't do it and it comes 4 months, 5 months later, it becomes an expenditure in one year and an unknown revenue the next. So we usually estimate an amount, but it's not exact.
Okay.
So,
It's because the federal fiscal year too ends September 30th.
Right.
so in follow-up to what Mr. Ania had proposed, I believe we should secure 2 police officers, and it's going to take a lot to do that. And I guess I don't want to take anything from the Visitor Bureau because I think the article in the Triplicate last week shined a light on our community that we're failing pretty grossly when it comes to supporting the tourism, which is our primary economic engine, especially compared to other communities. And so I don't support taking money from the VB, but I am concerned about proposing to spend $50,000 on the RV park because I think the Shoreline RV Park repairs and or improvements, I'm concerned about what the return on investment is over time. And to me, that's something that we could put off until we get hopefully a reimbursement from Post for a police officer.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but the Shoreline RV Park has been a really good return on our investment, and we're already borrowing $50,000 from them for the general fund.
I understand that. But it's just, if you're going to invest $50,000, what's going to be the investment or the return on that investment? How quickly?
Well, we've been making money.
I understand that. But to me, it's not making money as fast as Visitor Bureau. And if it's a matter of putting a police officer on leave or eliminating an officer or holding off on the improvements at the RV park, I would absolutely hold off on the improvements.
When we discussed this, to be honest with you, a quick decision was desired, and not doing that at the time that we discussed it did create a lot of dissension. But I felt a full analysis was needed, as well as discussion with my staff to conduct prior to make any decision. So we looked at it in the final analysis. It was determined that with an officer resigning, if we left that position vacant for 1 year, we could creatively manipulate the work schedule, in which in itself is a quite time-consuming venture, to further reduce the department's budget to the requested amounts, yet still maintain required coverage and services that we are constantly moving about. Although I'm aware that law enforcement does take up a substantial amount of the general fund, and it should be pointed out, however, that we do not use anywhere near what other cities or counties even locally use. Furthers my belief, and I hope you agree, that law enforcement, and you have certainly shown that here today, must be a priority, whether you're talking about the police or the fire service or EMS for that matter. and that providing our citizens, businesses, and staff and tourists a safe place to live, work, and play, which obviously should be a paramount of importance. Also of significant importance is the obligation to our committed officers and their families that they are kept safe as possible while working in their chosen but dangerous profession. As I don't think anyone wants to see an officer injured or hurt in the line of duty, I also do not want to see the community service suffer or special crimes and traffic-related details not continue. I want to make this clear that this has been an ongoing issue for a while, and there's been great issues over this. That the situation that the city budget is in is no reflection of anyone in the city has done other than having to succumb to what the state of California dictates. Ken McDonald, the finance director, has and continues to do a remarkable job in balancing the budget and keeping the accounting up to date, particularly after so many years where it was not done or not correctly done. Also want to make it clear that I was certainly sorry to see an officer's resignation. It was far better than having to make the personal cut if we had no other choice. Nonetheless, I cannot tell you I would be standing here in support of this decision today if I didn't have an officer resigning. As such, preparation should be continued to be conducted towards the end of this year in anticipation of next year's budget, because I cannot maintain this staffing level for more than 1 year, and I'd like to try that for a 1 year period of time and see how we can do. And if we can do with it without the year, then so be it.
Are you putting your officers on the streets alone?
No. No. For instance, with the resignation of the officer, I've been backing up the officers on the street. We try not to pull the officer from the school resource officer position, but we do. Sometimes the call takes more than me and another officer. It'll take the school resource officer. So I don't have anybody on the street. Like, for instance, as soon as I get off here, I'm going to be back to work tomorrow morning, backing the other officer up until noon so another officer can come in. And that's what I was trying to explain, is that we try to use a overlap coverage type so that nobody really is working alone. And if we do, it's for a short period of time. So I think in order to resort to alternative methods, I might have to go to liquidating equipment for next year and things of that nature, and try to bring some more money into the city.
Liquidating what?
Liquidating any type of equipment, things such as the DUI trailer, such as the pickup truck, the motorcycle, because why have the equipment if I cannot supply the personnel to run those things, those special details to make the community safe. So that does have an opportunity for us to do that. But in any event, at the current time and in the long run, although I don't like it, it's the right thing to do to present what Janine suggested as a temporary period of time I'd like to see for 1 year, even though it's not for the individual department, but it's the right thing to do for the benefit of all of us in the city. So.
And while you're there, I would also like to thank Janine and Ken and the department heads for working through these scenarios and getting us to where you've got us to. It's a complex issue, and it's not the same as it has been in the past, to be sure. So I appreciate everybody's effort and participation.
I wish we all had the magic answer. It's unfortunate it's a little bit brutal right now. We just have stagnant revenue sources, and there's not much we can do about that. But I want to thank the Chief of Police for providing an answer to the problem. It's easier when you bring solutions to the table and we're all working together and everybody comes to the table with something to offer. All the department heads came to the table. I appreciate that. But the basics is, it's not just the police department. We only have 2 maintenance guys for the parks. I mean, we can't continue to keep the parks up, and parks are part of visitor serving. We've reduced janitorial down to minimal. I mean, we're doing everything we can internally also. So I appreciate that the chief has made this. I appreciate the fire chief and our public works people. But everybody brought something to the table, and it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be a difficult year.
Right, and an assessment that I made in reviewing the individual department sheets, there's 6 different line item departments that are running at a deficit in the city, right off the top. So, I mean, it's something that I think we have to recognize, pulling back in the big picture. The planning department is running at a $88,500 deficit from the general fund. The public works streets is running at a $140,000 deficit. Public Works Parks is running at a $340,000 deficit. Community Pool is running at $235,000 deficit. Building Code Enforcement is a $43,000 deficit. And the fire department, that comes right off the top of the general fund, so that's another $256,000. All of those represents $1.1 million that we're taking off the top of the general fund because we don't have enough revenues coming in to cover those costs.
Well, it's because cities provide services, and services cost money, and we have very few enterprise funds, and then you depend on TOT and sales tax, and we get very little property tax, so we have a little to work with and a lot to do.
Right.
Yeah. Before we get off, I just want to be clear that you're saying that it's okay not to replace that police officer's position.
For you.
You know what? This may be a new council in a year, Doug. So you don't know what you're going to be facing. And replacing something a year down the road is a lot tougher than keeping it. So you're the chief.
Doesn't mean we have to take his recommendation. He's the department head for the city. We made an agreement to the council that public safety is number 1. We should not reduce our police department.
We didn't say it was number 1. We just said it was a priority. We didn't put things in order.
I thought we did. I thought we did that 3 years ago.
A document?
Yes, we did it at a public workshop, that public safety is number 1, police and fire. And we should not be reducing our police department, even though the department head recommends it. I've been there, where I work, it's the same as here. You can't work with one person down all the time. It's mandatory overtime. The officers are going to get burned out. Do you know how many calls they responded to last year? Calls for service. 16,428 calls for service. What people are we going to tell we can't get there till about a half hour? The officers are busy. Our city is supposed to be for public safety. We're supposed to protect our citizens, especially if we want tourism there. I just can't. I know the chief, he's a department head, and that's nice of him to say that, but the department cannot operate with one person short for a year. As a matter of fact, if we said tonight, we want that position filled, he'd have to recruit. You probably have to send someone to the academy. That's 6 months, and then 6 months to train him. You don't see that officer for almost a year. So already we're a year behind. I just don't see it. We have to find that money, and if it has to come out of revenues. You know, I have another suggestion. The employee benefit package that you had in here, Janina, thank you for that. The city's flexible health benefit, the city pays $980,000 to that plan, of which $505,000 the city delivers as cash for people that don't use it. So that's almost 400. Well, actually, it's 436,000 in cash.
For what?
We asked. That's on the general fund. If we asked our associations, our 4 employee groups here, if they would be willing to give up 50% of their flexible money that they're getting as cash right now, that's over $200,000 we can add to our budget and not have a deficit at all.
That's a fact.
Not even have a deficit. There's a lot of departments that don't have flexible income.
I'd just like to point out that John Cochran stated at our last budget workshop that some of our employees that are already underpaid, that would constitute a $3 or $4 an hour decrease in their pay.
I understand that. I understand that. What I'm saying is, though, that's $400,000. I'm saying 50%.
Well, other cities are also contracting out services. We're trying to keep all of our employees in place.
We are contracting services.
We are.
We're contracting for building inspection, we're contracting for planning services, we're contracting for janitorial services.
That's right.
But we don't contract for police department.
Well, I would recommend that right now might not be a good time to be talking
we don't
about
have
the
any-
sheriff's
Yeah.
department for contracting,
Right.
because they've got budget problems too.
But
If the last
Go ahead.
suggestion about dealing with the
flex plan?
benefit package is going to require a reopener of labor negotiations, which would probably take, you know, in the range of months, if not a year, to implement in any event. And so it's probably not a bridge for this coming year, but it could be for the 12, 13 year.
Yeah, I think that the council can consider maybe a step plan as if we just consider taking those flex dollars and decreasing them to do it over time so it's not such a big hit in someone's pay, if we decide to do that during a contract year.
I guess, Mr. Black, why, if the city is in a relative state of emergency, why something like that can't be expedited? I mean, to me, it's just the same old bureaucratic BS that there's so many layers that you can't. A government is so slow to respond to situations. And we have a situation that's unique and needs attention.
If you, I think you have the right to reopen your contracts. I don't think you have to wait. But you have to meet and confer in good faith, and you have employee organizations
Union.
that have labor representatives that have to get up here from Santa Rosa, and, you know, you have to have
Why can't they all just work for us?
multiple meetings and.
Why do we have to have unions?
The only other choices you have is to eliminate positions. That's the one, I mean, if you're looking at eliminating cost, like Mr. Black has said, we'd have to open up negotiations, which it says in this memo here, and more than likely, that's going to take months, and you're going to have some resistance, of course. I mean, it's their benefit.
Well, we don't
Yeah.
know until we try.
Well,
It could happen very rapidly if the employee organizations would agree. But, as you might imagine, that they might not agree.
Well,
It's
and
certainly a
who's to
scenario.
Mr. Black, who's to say that they have to drive up from Santa Rosa? There is such a thing as telephone conferencing.
No, I'm not worried about that part of it. I'm just saying that they're not going to give into, I mean, there's going to be some time to negotiate. I mean, everybody's not going to meet tomorrow and they're all going to sign on the, open their agreements and sign off on it immediately.
but I guess they need to be approached, if this is a direction that we want to pursue, that this is a crisis situation and it needs immediate attention.
I'd just like to say, I have had employees' spouses sending me emails.
Kelly, I can imagine that, and all I can offer is something has to give somewhere, and to me, everybody needs to participate in this process. It's a game changer. It's not the same as it has been, and apparently it's going to be this way for a while. I mean, the paper last week says economy up again, down again, may be this way for several years ahead. I mean, this apparently is the new normal, and we need to deal with it.
Well, the reopener of labor negotiations would be a closed session item, and I would recommend that you take it into closed session if that's the way you want to go.
I mean, the other option is furloughs, and I don't. Okay.
Well, the other option is to adopt all of these changes and have a balanced budget.
Or to, the other option after that is to use some of our reserve fund.
Ken, when we started working on this budget, did you take into account the sales tax revenue and that it looks like it's going to decrease 1% on July 1st?
Yeah, if you
It's
look.
going to what?
Decrease 1% on July 1st. I got this from the State Board of Equalization.
That microphone thing is not working out.
We
You
get
can't hear me very well?
No, we can hear you. It's causing static up here.
No, if you can come to the microphone.
Yeah. Thanks.
Don't you want to be a singer one day?
The sales tax, if you look on page 19, you'll see it's been flatly budgeted. I got some stuff from the Department of Finance that gave, I think it was a 7% overall statewide increase, but previous years when they were saying there was a statewide decrease, we saw our numbers stay relatively flat. You know, from 8.9 to 9.10, it went from 883 to 875. So I think we have a little bit of an exception to the rest of the state in what's going on here, but it was, you know, we basically left the same number that we think we're going to get this year as next year. It's really hard to try and estimate that, and I don't think we're going to see the same statewide change that they're forecasting for the entire state, because, you know, Sacramento's doing it for everybody. They don't have to look at any anomalies that are going on. And I think we're still seeing some sales tax because of people are not going maybe out of the country for vacations, and that's why I think our TOT has stayed up, both from our marketing and from people traveling on the road rather than other means.
She's referring to the decrease in the overall sales tax.
Right.
Not to the statewide, the rate.
Right. It's going from
8.75 is
8.25 to 7.25
Yeah,
July
the
1st.
percentage that goes to us in sales tax has not changed. The state increased that for some other means, but it's not bringing us more money.
It has nothing to do
No,
with
Or
no,
decreasing.
you're not getting it.
Well, our state,
Talking about the decrease in the sales tax, we were getting 8.25, and on July 1st, it goes down to 7.25, so I don't know how we couldn't get a
Councilmember
decrease.
Westfall, we only get 1% of the
I
sales tax.
understand, we only get a
that doesn't
percent.
affect us. So
That increase only went to specific items that the state decided that increase in the sales tax went for.
Okay,
yeah, because I think we're at 8.25 now.
On a 1% increase
Yeah, it's gonna
to
go down
fund
to
some
Yeah, but
special
it does, it affects the
And that-
state from what
Got it.
they're keeping from us, but we're still
Alright.
getting the same amount.
okay, thanks for clarifying that.
No problem.
So is it true that we apparently don't think we can raise any new revenues through the DA and asset recovery?
Well, I'm more than happy to try, but I haven't banked on, it's not accounted for in this budget.
We've never been presented with a plan.
So can we get proactive about that and offer a plan?
We can be proactive about it, but we have to understand that the people that we're being proactive with don't necessarily have the means nor the court enforcement, but,
Okay.
I mean, I would not recommend I'm banking a lot of money for it. It would be great if we got it and we could hold it aside. And once it's an asset forfeiture, it's gonna have to be held for a year. It's held for a year. And then it's dispersed after it goes to the state decides how it's, make sure it's all okay, and then it goes portion to the DA, a portion to the city.
Whoever helps you.
Huh?
Whoever helps.
Yeah, everybody involved.
So I know this is not going to be popular at all, but what kind of savings in operation could be realized if we close the pool, except for the summer months?
The pool,
I mean, if I remember the checks that I see for the power utilities is something like $15,000 to $18,000 a month.
yeah, it's expensive. very expensive. What page?
It's on page 18.
The pool, I think, for the most part, swimming lessons, because it's indoors, people that swim laps and do all of those things, I think that's pretty much year-round. I don't have an exact cost. If we closed it for X amount of months in the winter, we could run that, but basically, I don't think you're going to change that much on, you have staffing costs. What else? When it was closed for a while.
We have two full-time staff members that kept employed during the pool construction.
But I'm talking about for operating costs, do you recall? It's hard to tell because there's construction going on, but we could do an estimate if you're looking at closing it for a couple of months. The only concern I'd have about that too is once people get out of the habit that's the regular exercise program, they may not get back into it.
And I agree
You're
with
not
all
going to
of
have a full-time manager that's going to hang around for 3 months either.
Right.
And then not work 8 or 9 months.
But in the big scheme of things, the pool is hurting us from the general fund standpoint. The cultural center continues to hurt us. And when you have all the various departments that I identified, plus those two entities, cumulative, it's taking a major hit on us, and it's not sustainable. Something is going to have to give somewhere, either in staffing reductions, reductions in benefits, or closing facilities down or something. It's just not, it's not workable.
We have a balanced budget that has been presented to us by the staff, which hasn't happened in I don't even remember when.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're in a little better situation than we have been.
But the balanced budget is losing one police officer.
It is, which is supported by the chief for some unknown reason.
Well, I mean, on some level, I think he's trying to be a team player and do what he can. But, it's going to be a complete contradiction if the overtime comes back and
I know.
Consumes us.
What's the value of the elimination of the police officer?
About $100,000. If we don't eliminate the position and we don't get the COPS funding, we're at $170,000 that we need to deal with. So I would say if that's the direction you want to go in, then we need to deal with $170,000.
Which is a big chunk of money at this point when everybody
If
has
you're-
already participated aggressively.
So if you're talking about the shoreline, I'm just doing this quickly in my head, and my head's getting a little, that's like 100, we're down to 120. More than likely, you're going to have delay in rehiring a position. I don't know about what it's going to cost us to send somebody to the academy and all the expenses related to that, but let's say they come on.
Those are
70%,
reimbursed.
Maybe that's, well, not 100%.
From
Not
post?
reimbursed- Post reimbursement right now is
Lower. It's not 100%.
it's not 100%, and I'm not even sure how well they're going to be reimbursing us. So let's just say that's another $30,000 savings. So we're at
90.
90. I mean, I can look a little bit, I don't know where else to look, but I think basically we've done a great job on
You have.
coming up with how we're going to deal with this problem, but.
I think
this
you
is
have too.
leaving
I
us
didn't
a
think you were going to be able to do it.
Well, don't give me a challenge like that.
Come up with another 170.
Well, I was just saying, I've got 90.
90.
So, I'm not going to be here at the next meeting, and so if you want, I can provide something that comes up with some ideas, long range. We can talk to our employees if that's the direction you want to go, but I don't want to count on those dollars right today. This budget already assumes that you're going to decrease your contribution either to the chamber or to the VB. That's another issue we need to look at. I mean, the cultural center is sitting there vacant. We're also providing free rent, utilities, and everything else to the chamber too. I mean, that needs to be part of the equation. So I reduced those $10,000. It didn't matter to me which they came out of. I was just saying somehow in that it was 10,000. But if that, I don't know what you want to go, what direction you want to go for that.
I'd rather it come out of the VB funding, because I think with our contribution of 40,000 plus the 47,000 I think it was that they already have in the bank, plus the 60 from the county, plus the 80,000 in radio ads that they're going to use this year, or they lose them. I think they have a budget that can get them through this year. When, Ken, on revenues, when will we have a better picture, like September?
Well, the big one is TOT, because that one doesn't come in until the month of July. So probably by the beginning of August, I'll have that pretty much reconciled. The other thing is just any big items that come in late. A lot of times we're going to get some more sales tax coming in August. So I think as, at the end of July, August, by the end of September, I'll have a final number. Usually I close the accruals by the end of August. So I think probably by the beginning of September, we should have a number that I would say would be 95 to 98% of the final numbers would be.
I also don't believe we're going to use all of the $381,000 of our reserve, the amount that we thought we would use this year. So there will be a little play in that, but we won't know that probably until part of July.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
Please.
If everybody who's going to speak, if they could come to the microphone, because we do have people that are going to be watching it back, and everything that's in the audience, even though there are microphones right there, I could barely hear Janine even from where she is. No, you're fine, but, I just wanted to make that statement.
She's chilling.
Yes, she is.
Thank you.
My point was, do you foresee us recovering any of this by September?
Recovering.
If we were to adopt this budget with all of these cuts, the balanced budget, if by September, would we have a better picture as to whether or not we could add the police officer position back in?
Yes, but you'd also have better information about the one that we don't have any, we may or may not get funding.
Yeah,
for.
maybe two. Plus you lose all summer for the tourists here that we're going to be minus an officer. I don't think it's an option. I think we have to replace that immediately.
It won't happen immediately.
Sure, it could happen tonight. We said 2 workshops ago, we're not letting any police officer go. That was 5-0.
What do you mean it can happen tonight? You can't replace her tonight.
We can say we want it funded.
My point is, it's not going to happen immediately. It's going to take probably at least 60 days.
Oh, I know, but that's what I'm saying, to start.
Which is well into the tourist season.
Which we need to start the process, yes.
So I need a legal question, because I'm not sure about city. Do we have to have an adopted final budget before June 30th?
Yes.
July 1st? Or can we just adopt a proposed budget that's in deficit?
No, you can adopt a budget and call it final.
Yeah, we can, and then we can change it July 2nd.
You have to have a final budget by June 30th.
And it doesn't have to be balanced, because we could use technically.
Correct.
Theoretically, it could be in reserves. I just want to make sure.
Correct.
Can we have a continuing budget?
No.
You mean from last year?
Continuing resolution?
Can we have a continuing
like the
budget?
federal government?
Yeah, you can adopt last year's budget as you could adopt 10-11 as 11-12 and go forward.
Yes.
But I don't know why you.
That would be completely counterproductive after
because
all the work
you
the
have done
staff
so
has
much
done
work
on this
on
budget.
this.
I just asked if we could do it. That was my only question.
Yeah, you could.
So if I could get some clear direction, I I will prepare something, and you may be using reserves, but I will have it done before I'm gone. I will be gone your next meeting. I already had that scheduled to take some kids out of town. But if I understand this, and I need to understand this, you would prefer to take the money out of the Shoreline Reserve, Shoreline RV Park Reserve? I'm just asking.
Charles would.
Okay.
So would I.
Oh, and, yeah, Rich would too.
And not eliminate the police officer position. We'll just still assume the 70 for right now. I could probably balance it on close to that information right now. What's going to happen, though, is if we don't receive this other funding, you're going to have this other problem.
How are you going to take a $100,000 position and
Because you're not
balance it
gonna
with
be able to hire it. By the time we
$50,000?
advertise and stuff, I'm figuring there'll be delay in hiring. By the time the person gets through, they're going to be hired at a lower rate. I'm just kind of assuming $20,000, $30,000 there. Okay, I'm just, doesn't eliminate a long-range problem, it just kind of short-term. So I'm figuring, you know, another 20, 30, so you're down to 90,000.
And I think we should open up the dialogue with the unions as emergency as soon as possible.
Okay, we need to be in closed session to talk about that. But I just need some direction for what you'd like to see before you at your next meeting.
If you're down to 90,000 and Ken gets additional numbers in, it's the chicken and the egg waiting to get caught up, right?
Well, it will only be out actually like 20 because I still have that $70,000 in there. You know what I mean? Do you want me to come back with that and you're dealing with, I'm just asking overall, or do you want to adopt some version of this? I'm not adopt it tonight, but just some clear direction so I can have this done before you.
To me, if we're within $25,000 of a balanced budget, and there's still things to come forward in the next couple months' time, I think we're there.
Okay, I can do that. I can have that before you, with the caveat that you're still going to have to deal with the $70,000 if it does not come in. Is that clear? No, yes?
Yes.
Not for me.
Okay, what would you like?
I'd like to adopt the balanced budget.
Which means
Every
losing
one
a
of our
police officer.
department heads has put tens of thousands of dollars on the line. And law enforcement and fire are one of my top priorities. But the chief got up here and said he was willing and able to manipulate his scheduling to cover. I mean, we're getting rid of maintenance in the parks, the cultural center, changing staffing in parks, we're reducing paving, maintenance of the streets. Everybody's being affected. That's just my 2 cents.
What would you like?
Know what I like? I'd like a big red pen, slash some more stuff. That's what I'd like. I'm not ready to adopt this.
I think our department heads have reduced and slashed as much as they can.
I like the suggestions you brought up, Mr. Mayor. And I don't think we're ready.
So is there a way we could adopt a balanced budget and have an understanding that as soon as we find out from Post that officer comes back?
Well, no.
Or from cops, CHP?
That means as soon as we get verification, right now, all is left the same. The elimination that is in here now, this particular elimination, has nothing to do with that COPS funding. If that COPS funding goes, or
It's
we don't
additional.
receive it, that would be either an additional officer or we have to find $70,000 somewhere else.
Right now, this
Actually,
just,
2 officers possibly on the line for a total of $170,000. So we're back to where we were.
well, and the reason that I asked, I always have a plan in my head. The reason I asked about waiting till September is the officer position that's not being filled according to this balanced budget was the school resource officer. So if we didn't have to fill that position until September, I just thought there might be 90 days of,
It's filled right now. There's a school resource officer started 3 weeks ago.
So can we,
Officer Viltruba is the school resource officer.
can we reassign him, or he'd be reassigned for the summer
In
anyway?
the summer, he'd be on patrol anyway.
right.
Okay, so does that buy us 90 days? That sounds good.
Well, that's what I'm figuring in this savings, in that 90 days. By the time you'd hire somebody, it'd be about 90 days, 60 to 90 days.
But I don't think we ought to delay the hiring, the process to start hiring. We have to advertise for the job, you have to have interviews. I mean, the academy doesn't start in June or July. I think it starts in September or October.
Well, we're gonna bet we're gonna get a seasoned officer that's already been through.
It's not gonna happen, but you can bet that.
There's layoffs all over the place.
Not happening here.
That they won't come here, you mean?
No, they won't come here.
Why?
Because our pay is low.
If they've been laid off somewhere else?
I would, well, you know, are they gonna, I don't know that they're.
And our pay is much better than it used to be.
But it's still low to the ones that are being laid off. But, you know, we can do that. It's, I want to bet that, I mean, I think we need to fill that.
So a perfect world is if we could start on the process and try to make closure in 90 days' time and adopt this budget.
Okay, so I'm not eliminating any positions. Is that what I'm being told? And we're delaying in hiring, and I'm taking $50,000 from Shoreline? That's the only way I can get this to work.
Right.
Or partially to work. It still doesn't work all the way, but it works partially. Is that, I need direction. I need some vote or something.
Say that again?
Where
No,
you go.
come on.
It's not something you just throw out there, Bob.
Well, somebody take a shot.
Talking about people's lives.
It's not a delay in hiring. It's starting the process, but we probably wouldn't hire until September. It takes 30 days to advertise, that's all of July. Then you have to set up interviews.
That would not be, what he is saying would not be adopting this budget. He's saying keep the eliminated position in there,
I got it.
which is $100,000.
7, is it 100?
Yes.
Benefits and everything.
So those are the two options. Adopting the balanced budget or adopting a budget, keeping the position in. My suggestion was giving Ken time to get more numbers in so we could see if we could just go ahead and add that police position back in within 90 days because of the school resource officer being off for the summer.
But we're not gonna go start the process then till September.
That's what I was thinking, that it would give us a little extra leeway time to decide if we could afford it or not. But I'm just one person.
What do you want me to do?
I guess I'm going to, if the chief has said that he can operate with one officer down, I'm going to move that way with every intention and hope that we're going to, in 90 days, put that officer back or start the process.
And we may get news that we don't have the $45,000 booking fee expenditure, which will make that decision come much quicker.
Which will help on our salary.
Right.
So,
I'll just make a motion to accept the budget, balanced budget as presented by staff.
And then bring it back as your final for next meeting to adopt? Because you have to have a public hearing and go through that process. Robin has to advertise.
But I would like to have something in there about that we come back in 90 days.
How
And
about I freeze the position for 90 days with, well, I can't do that because then the budget. Just put in a revisit the position 1st of September. I don't,
You get a new city manager, that's going to be something you're going to want to discuss with them, because this stuff is all not worth the paper it's printed on. The manager doesn't follow through with it.
that's a good point, Ken.
The manager works for us. He will follow through with whatever we tell him to do.
I have to say two words, EN. I mean, just because you have a budget in place.
Want to come to the mic?
Ken, I'm just gonna die right now. You're killing me.
This process to get to this balanced budget took a lot of work. I mean, you guys are commenting on that, but this is all contingent on a manager working through it and managing it. I mean, it hasn't happened in the past. You know, before I got here, I witnessed it by looking at the financials. And, you know, it takes a hard person to be in that position and tell yes and no questions that comes out. I mean, now we're talking about the real meat and potatoes, about core services and whether we can afford them and how we go. I kind of am with Kelly in this, that we approve this balanced budget that we have now. We can bring it back at the first meeting in July. We can bring it back, you know, anyone that's through there. With this new version of the system that we have, the old method, it was easier to wholesale do a mid-year budget revision for the whole thing. Now, once we get a budget put in place and we field these lines up, we can make revisions based on just like booking fees. We find out, oh, they're paid for in June 30th. Well, we can make a budget revision in July, you know, taking that $45,000 out because, you know, the state passed some, you know, continuing legislation that funded those. And, you know, the same thing with the CHP grant that comes up too.
But he does raise a very good point that the city manager will be the person who is the go-between and the coordinator and the leader of our ideas.
And from my perspective too, if we have direction of where we're going with this, I can start producing some of the detailed information so the department heads have more time to review it and say, oh yeah, this is right, and you know, everything goes through that way. If, you know, the later we wait, the less time I have to get all that kind of stuff ready, because I have to create the new fiscal year chart of accounts, set them all up, make any corrections that comes up. I mean, 6 months ago, I was planning to do some major modifications to our chart of accounts so we had better utilization of some of the modules that's in our system. But it's going to, you know, take a $3,000-$4,000 payment to the software provider to do it, or my time and effort and energy to do it. I kind of got to the point that it's not really going to be feasible in you know, this situation with no city manager and trying to balance the budget and all these other things, that I had to decide, you know, what was obtainable and what wasn't. So I mean, I still got that on the long range plan to start utilizing what's called the project management module, but it takes a lot of time. And you know, doing this conversion in February, I kind of had doubts about going forward with it when Rod was gone. We've had a lot of headaches trying to get this thing up and running and get all the bugs worked out.
Great.
Can
Thanks,
the Housing
Ken.
Authority pay for part of a PD position?
Not technically with any of their funds, and they've got some issues too.
Because we have so many HUD units in the city.
Yeah, right. There could. I've heard of that going on when you own the housing units, like
Housing authority police.
yeah, but I think it's not in the process that we have. I think we're Section 8 vouchers or something, and that's when you like have a housing building that you would own.
Exactly.
I don't know. And now there's also issues going on with the federal government where they're trying to cut back into the funding that they're giving to the housing authority. So Megan and I have been working real closely to kind of see what kind of impacts are these going to be, and what the bottom line is HUD is trying to tap into any reserves that we have. Well, with the same kind of discussion with general fund reserves, we need to maintain reserves in the housing authority so we can have a continuous subsidy to these people, and it doesn't change up and down. Well, the federal government's trying to tap into those, and if they do, that's going to give less of a cushion for us. So we're trying to figure out how to deal with that, and that's, you know, just as bad as trying to deal with the state budget situation that we won't really know for the next 2 or 3 months or weeks what the heck they're doing.
Great, thanks, Ken. Janine, can we put a freeze, propose to put a freeze on the RV Shoreline Park expenditures for 90 days?
Sure. You mean?
You mean
Leave
from the
everything the way it
capital
is and
improvement plan?
leave, if we're talking about sort of accepting this as it is, but then with the idea that we're going to freeze so that nobody can basically take those funds and put them in to do
Well,
some work
just
at the
keep
RV
in
park.
mind that anything this council wanted the RV park to accomplish would need to be done during the summer, when the weather's good.
That's a good point.
The only other issue with the RV park too is there may be some opportunity to do some work that will only come about because of our tsunami. There might be some opportunities there that we may not be able to take advantage of. We don't have any funds
Well,
to do so.
can you guys have said that a couple times. Can you actually come out and tell us what you're talking about, please?
If the Army Corps of Engineers has tested the spoils area for the harbor dredging, for the federal channel dredging, and we don't have the test results back yet, but if the test results show clean, then that fill that's in the spoils area would be available to raise the level of the Shoreline RV Park in conjunction with other improvements. But if the money for the other improvements isn't there, or the basic money to move that dirt isn't there, then we just pass on that for now. So.
Which would cost us what if we were to buy that fill?
Wouldn't cost anything.
No, if that wasn't available.
Oh, if you bought it from another source, oh, a lot. A great deal.
Like $100,000?
Well, we're probably talking 25,000, 30,000 yards, so.
I don't know, the engineers don't even know.
I just paid Hemmingson, $350 for 10 yards, so. I'm sure it wouldn't be at that level, no, but it would be a lot of money. And there's also the proximity, because it's right there, and so, you know, going back and forth, moving the dirt would be easy.
It'd probably cost $150,000 or a little more. And the point, what we were trying to do is increase revenues by getting the RV park to where it was in a little better shape. Right now, all the systems are in real bad shape, and a lot of times the electrical portion will, for a quarter of the park, will go out because the lines are so old, and it needs work, honestly. And what we're doing right now is taking the money we get from that and putting it into the general fund. What would be good in the long run is to keep some of the money and try to put back into the park so that you have a better park in the long run, and then you get more. It's an investment. Like you're talking about the Visitors Bureau investment, this is an investment to where that is one of the most beautiful locations on the coast, and one of the park isn't where we need it to be.
You're exactly right, and I concur 100%. The dilemma is that we have a lot of other parts of the city that are not generating the revenues or bringing the money in, and we're at a crunch time. So the sooner we can get there, the better. But to me, if something has to give, that's the thing to give. For 90 days and reassess it.
Well, I would like us to be able to reassess it if that soil becomes available.
That's a possibility.
That's $150,000 savings.
I think we'll have test results in about 10 days, 2 weeks.
Plus, it's a big help to the harbor.
It is a help to the harbor.
So I guess I would move that we freeze it for 90 days. If something comes up subsequently, we come back and revisit it. We'll also have other numbers in that will give us more information of where we're at right now.
So if I could, what I think I hear the mayor saying is to adopt the budget as presented with, if you adopt the budget as presented with the elimination of the position and you revisit reinstating the position in 90 days, then you have a balanced budget. If you reinstate the position but you freeze it for 90 days, you still don't have a balanced budget. That's the problem, but they both achieve the identical result.
I was freezing the improvements.
Freezing the RV park improvements.
For 90 days.
You do that too.
Unless something comes up.
You could do that too. So if you adopt the balanced budget, but you freeze the improvements for 90 days so that you have that money there,
It's still in the budget.
and you revisit the position that you've eliminated, revisit that in 90 days, then you have achieved both things. You have a balanced budget, and you have another look-see at the officer position in 90 days, or on September 1.
That doesn't
or
make
before
sense
that.
to me. I'm sorry, Charles, it doesn't make sense to me. The RV park makes money. The more we put into it, the more money we're gonna make. That part doesn't make sense to me. What makes sense to me is the cultural center. How big a black hole is the cultural center? What are the figures on the cultural
It's a big
center?
black hole.
That makes more sense to me, is to do something with that than to take away a revenue generator.
The question is how quickly is it generating revenues? I mean, if somebody did a performance and said, look, we have 65 spaces, and we're going to bring in 20 new spaces at X number of dollars, you can do the math and figure it out right away.
Plus the timing, I think Kelly is right, that you try to do it when the weather is decent and get all of those improvements done. So I just can't see that. Sorry.
I still think we adopt this budget, it's a balanced budget, as presented by staff. We can reopen it up anytime.
But why not settle it now? Why reopen it?
Because I don't want to go into our reserves.
Okay.
That's mine
I don't wanna
position.
go in the
I want
reserves
to have a
either.
balanced budget.
Well, as far as a police officer position, if we have to go into reserves because we can't cut anywhere else, or we can't agree to cut anywhere else, I am willing to go into our reserves for that. That's the most vital
But
thing
if,
for the city.
I understand, but if we wait just a little while, and we could find out that we get this 45,000 in booking fees, and we get the 70,000 in the COPS grant, CHP grant, then it's less of a burden on the reserve. I
What if we-
don't want to go $100,000 in the hole.
Okay, that is fine. And I do want to spend it on a police officer.
If I spend anything, it will be on law enforcement.
There it is.
Safety.
We should do that
But I
tonight.
don't want to have to commit $100,000 out of our reserves.
Okay, that's fine.
I agree with that.
Okay, well, why don't, okay, there's some funds, Karen and I were just conferring about this. There are some funds in the reserve now for the RV park. So, but we put another 50 because there needs to be an extensive amount of work. We're talking $150,000, $200,000 worth of work. But if you want, we can put all of that money into operations for this year, leave 60,000 in the reserves to help pay for some sand to come in. That will offset this cost, 50, delay in hiring. I mean, we can probably get through this first little bit, but we're still going to deal with the 70. You can revisit the 70.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I
You
don't
wanna
think
do
you
that?
have to worry about a freeze on the, because we had budgeted in this current year doing a whole bunch of things that I think we had 50,000 in materials and supplies, and I think as of April, we had like 3,800 spent. So right now, as of April, we're 57,000 profit running that that RV park, and we haven't even begun to, start hitting the June month, which will start peaking it up.
Plus, is that with the transfer?
Well, we started the year.
Is that the transfer too already accounted for?
No, that's not in there. So if we take the 50,000 out, we're still 7,000 higher than the 85,000 we started the year with.
Ken, I'm concerned that we're taking the same 50 twice.
Yeah, well, right now it's showing.
I'm taking in the next one.
This year. This year's budget has, so right now we have 57,000 profit. When we complete the 50,000 transfer to the general fund this year, at this point in time, we'd be 7,000. I'm sure that's going to be probably maybe 15 or more. We started the year with 85. We're going to end the year with at least, my guess is 95 to maybe 105. And so if we spend this next year, we're planning on using 46. If you want to add, another 20,000 to the general fund, that means that, we'll end next year with, with probably 60,000 in reserves. So we're not going to really deplete our reserves in the RV park, but I think that while we've gotten these improvements and as we've done them, we've seen the revenues there increase. And even in winter months, when I did an analysis a year ago, when everybody else, all the other parks were showing declines, we were showing increases because we were improving out there. People in those small communities talk about it, and we were getting more people there, and it was booked up higher.
That sounds good.
One issue may be if you move all that dirt over there, that's an improvement of itself, but it's not a freestanding improvement.
Right.
In other words, you've got the cost to move it. You've also got,
Well, you have to manipulate it once it gets there.
yes, but you've also got electrical and plumbing issues that go along with raising your ground level by 2 or 3 feet. So I don't think
That's why
you
we were
can't
trying
do
to-
it without any money.
That's why we're trying to build that reserve enough to do those improvements, but if you want to take it, we can take it.
I would propose that we take it for 90 days.
Okay. How about, if I just have some consensus that I'm not eliminating this position, or at least I'm holding, you're holding, not eliminating it now, or eliminating it and reinstating it in 90 days, one or the other, I can come up with something and tell you whether you're going to use all of this reserve and you're going to have to go into your other reserves. I mean, I need to know. Do you want to eliminate it, or do you just want to, like it is, as presented, and then revisit the whole thing in 90 days? Or would you prefer to leave it in, go ahead and recruit, and then have me budget for the time it's going to take to do that, to get that recruitment done, to fill the position? Either way.
I don't know. Every time I say something, it changes, so.
From what I understood, what Ken said is there's $50,000 minus $3,800 in the RV account currently. Okay, but 50,000 left over from last year, 46,000 left over from the 50,000 of last year.
But last year was 85.
Okay.
Probably right now it's 7,000. So I'm guessing we're at 92,000.
He said 57 because he hadn't transferred the 50 to the general fund yet.
So couldn't that money be used for 3 months to start the process of the officer and adopt the budget as presented otherwise?
Okay, so just not eliminate the position and just do the delay in hiring and use that money to backfill the position?
Yes, for 90 days.
For 270 days. The whole rest of the year is what you have to pay for.
So we have to come up with 70% of the cost, 75% of the cost. Is that what you want me to do?
I would like a
Yes.
motion on the floor.
The motion I would offer is to accept the budget as presented, balanced, without losing the officer and redirecting the funds that are set aside for repairs and improvements at the RV center to be reallocated for 90 days for the retention and securing of a new officer.
Second.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Sure it does.
Richard, I have my own opinion.
Go
You
ahead
don't
and
need to
express it.
interrupt me. How do you postpone an expense for 90 days and call it a balanced budget?
I'm borrowing money from we're borrowing money
Well,
from.
you either take it from there and use it, reallocate it.
Okay, reallocate it.
But if you're saying for 90 days, then where are you going to get the money to replace it in 90 days?
We're going to reassess it based on newer input from our staff and city manager.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, will you pull the vote?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Westfall?
I don't feel comfortable with this. I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Councilmember Shalong?
No.
Councilmember Enea?
Yes.
And Mayor Slurt?
Yes. So we have a draw.
Well, I guess I'll just bring something back next meeting. I don't know what to do.
I still say you can achieve the same thing by adopting the budget as presented, but with direction to staff to revisit the hiring of the police officer position in 90 days. Revisit it in 90 days.
That's what I said.
Yeah. You achieve the same result, and at that time, you can decide to take the money from whatever sources are available. Reserves, RV park, close the cultural center, whatever needs to be done.
The thing is, in 90 days, you could have already spent that money at the RV park.
Well, you could freeze that.
So that's what I was saying originally.
I don't think.
What
no,
we can't do is
because you
recruit.
didn't. Yeah.
Because
What
you've eliminated it.
So you are delaying, this other approach would delay the recruitment. And you'd have to reinstate the officer and then kick in the recruitment and find the fund source where you're going to do that. But you'd have you'd have additional information from Ken, and you could do it that way.
That's the proposal that I made.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second that.
Was that a motion by Kelly then? And then Charles seconded it?
Sounded
Yes.
like it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you pull the vote?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Enea?
No.
Councilmember Shalong?
Yes.
Councilmember Westfall?
It's the balanced budget.
I'm so tired.
We all are. It's crazy.
I am so uncomfortable with this. It's just like we put these things together and there's so many loose ends. But I understand what Ken is saying. He wants to get ready to do something. Oh, man. Okay, yes.
And Mayor Slurt?
Yes.
Okay.
So motion carries 3-1. Thank you very much. Okay, moving along quickly, I hope. Legislative matters. I would like to, regarding legislative matters, salute Assemblyman Chesbro and principal co-authors Senator Evans and LaMalfa regarding their Assembly Bill number 1429 for our disaster relief for tsunami, California Disaster Assistance Act, which was passed through the Assembly and is moving on to the Senate. So as Kelly would say, hoo-hoo.
Hoo-hoo?
You-hoo?
Hoo-hoo? That's not what I would say, Mr. Slarty. You just made up your own word. Woo-hoo.
Woo-hoo. Okay, so we'll move to reports. Mr. Nia. Ms. Westphal.
Reports, let's see, attended several things, ministerial prayer group where we continue to pray for our community and for our government. Had a meeting with,
Did you include the budget also?
absolutely. Had a meeting with a local fellow who's interested in forming a local film commission. Saturday spent cleaning and weeding and planting at the Nazarene Church and took some plants to bid. There was a meeting with CAN, Community Assistance Network, that was poorly attended, so we didn't get very much accomplished. Attended a bid meeting and there was no quorum, only 2 members, board members showed up, but it was actually a very nice meeting. Attended a women's retreat Friday night at Lighthouse Community Church, and a group came over from Reading that sang and played musical instruments. It was lovely, and I think that was it.
Attended a couple ad hoc committee meetings for ecology, with Recology and Solid Waste on the new franchise. We're pretty excited. All of the carts should be delivered starting this week. Starting this week. And then we'll meet next Monday to debrief on how the delivery went. And we were excited to hear that a lot of new customers have been signing up. So that was kind of a good indicator for me that we're moving in the right direction. Had an airport meeting, and I think that's about it, besides our budget meetings, so.
All right, thank you. I attended a PD mitigation planning session with the city team. I also attended the Front Street Design Review session.
What is a PD mitigation meeting?
Pardon me? No, it has to do with hazard or disaster mitigation.
Oh, okay.
And then, if I recall, is it a Wednesday night or Thursday night, Jim, that the design team is going to have a workshop?
We're having the Front Street meeting, wastewater treatment plant, 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening.
Yeah, I saw that in the paper.
With the design team, and good things are happening on that. And then attended with my colleagues the second budget workshop, and then attended as a visitor at the airport JPA meeting, and that's all I have. With that, we will adjourn to the next regular meeting, June 20th at 5 p.m. Thank you.